Doing tonight? Welcome into another edition of Insomnia, Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Happy Wednesday, beautiful people. How y'all doing tonight? Hi, Moon Fox. How you doing, beautiful? I'm gravy. You know me, beautiful. If I'm here, I'm gravy. How you doing, sweetheart? What y'all been up to the last few days while I was off? Y'all been staying out of trouble? No. I'm glad I took that extra day because, yeah, my body was screaming at me. Oh my goodness. I managed to make it down to the bowling alley, and that was interesting. It started off not all that good, and I could feel it in my shoulder. Every single time I picked up that bowling ball and I went to release it, it wasn't just in my shoulder, it was in my wrist too, which I completely forgot about. My wrist, when I bowled before, I used to have to wear a ace bandage around my wrist to kind of hold it steady, but I would tie it around really tight. Just working, doing your own thing. Well, hopefully work's been keeping you busy. Hi, Nancy. How you doing, sweetheart? Ouch. So, yeah, I wouldn't have been able to stream because my body hurt. I couldn't sit. I could barely move for 2 days. So, I just finally started being able to finally move around a little tiny bit. Yeah, it's a little better. I'm almost afraid I'm probably going to need another surgery, though. And I told my surgeon that before, that if my shoulder wasn't fixed to where I could throw that bowling ball and without my wrist or even that nerve in my shoulder or it coming down to my elbow, he was either going to have to go in and either, cut the carpal tunnel, which I think I have a problem with just from all the years of bowling, of moving my wrist around. Or he might have to go in and do something else to my shoulder, so I have to wait and see. But I did alright, considering it's been, what, I didn't realize how long it's been. It's been almost 10 years since I threw a bowling ball last. So, oh, honey, I hope it don't come to that either, because I don't want to be cut open again. It's just different trying to throw my bowling ball now, because I feel the restriction. Even though I got most of my range of motion, there's just one corner that I could feel it where it's hanging up. So I don't know if that's because of how he anchored it all into my, bone or what, but wait and see. So I figured I'd go back to the bowling alley this Sunday on Mother's Day and see, but at least I got to roll. My highest game was a 213, which, I guess for me isn't bad. And considering I haven't bowled in years, that's pretty good. But oh, Debs, but I did, honey. I went through all that physical therapy, and they released me. In fact, I was lifting up 5 pounds. And then they had me go through, those, what do they call them? Those, big barbell weights that you see guys, they'll lay on a bench table and raise their arms up, and it has some of those big heavy weights. My physical therapist took one of those weights, and it was a 10-pound weight, and had me carry it around and even practice this. So it wasn't just like straight physical therapy. It was also partly, what do they call that? It's a different kind of therapy, occupational therapy. So they combined both because I told them what my goal was. My goal was to pick up a bowling ball again and be able to throw it. My goal was to also be able to shoot pool, and I needed, you know, the strength back in my arm and my shoulder again to be able to do it. So they had me doing both, learning how to throw a bowling ball. In fact, it was funny because one of the assistants, who I think he was still in school, but he was helping out up there, they had those plastic bowling ball pins, and they didn't have a ball, but they had the pins, and so he was over there setting it up for me, like in the physical therapy office, and gave me like a little what do they call those, not a beach ball, but like one of those therapeutic balls that I think some people use for like different yoga poses or something like that. So I use that. So I did practice that range of motion. It just took some time. So it was interesting. Hi Moonchild. Hi Jiminy Crickets. So I just hope I don't need surgery either here in my wrist, or them have to go in and do something in my elbow. That's my only concern. But we'll see. I'll have to do it again and see what happens. Yeah, it started off rocky. My first game was only like a 124. It sucked. Hello, Melrose. Yeah, like a medicine ball. So, like I said, because even like right now, even just me moving my arm, I could feel it coming all the way down my arm. So yeah. My highest game was a 213. I can't complain. I just had to work up to it. And I didn't throw my bowling ball, Debs, just so you know. I did pick up one of the house balls, and I used an 8-pound ball. I made sure I gradually went into it, but I'm a power thrower, so... And then I realized a few times I was going too fast, so that probably didn't help either. Hi, Sunnyland. But yeah. Did y'all miss me? Alright. Let's see. Creativity. Spirit, what is this? Well, hi, Sean. How you doing? Well, baby, if you subscribed to my channel, you would have gotten my notifications, honey. Hi, Darby. You're welcome, sweetheart. Hi, Christopher. You gotta subscribe, Sean. That way you get notified, baby. What else, Spirit? So let me pull a few cards out here first. Wisdom. What else, Spirit? Clarify. This don't feel right, though. Okay, that was freaking weird. I kid y'all not, y'all. I was sitting here looking at the cards, and over here in the corner, and I don't know if the camera caught it or not, but I swear I saw number 8. And it was white. Hi, Viviani. Like, I get creativity. So someone should be working on their creative endeavors is what I get. But I feel like you're going to have to still do some research. Trust the knowledge you've already gained. But also go searching for more knowledge to help you with your creative works of art. Like, Spirit showing me like there's someone who's been either drawing or painting. And I see them at one of those easels and I see them drawing or painting, but then they're getting frustrated and they don't like the outcome. So they're ripping it off and ripping the paper and starting again. But I keep seeing them like doing it over and over and it's frustration. So Spirit saying trust yourself and be patient. Don't run in, don't rush it. Yeah, Sean. Spirits come around, I read tarot. You're touring your beauty college next week. Oh, wow, Darby. That's exciting. All right, Spirit. Why soulmate here? Hi, Larry. I know you'd be excited. What kind of, well, this is interesting. What do you plan on doing at the beauty school? What are you just going to take cosmetology? Or are you looking at studying in a specific area? But that's exciting, beautiful. You have to let me know how that turns out. All right. I get soulmate is next. And the fear card came out. So I feel like some of y'all have met your soulmate. But here's the fear. Like, I feel like some of y'all are fearing, like, if you have started a relationship with this person who you believe is your soulmate, like, there's a fear here, fear of failure, that the relationship isn't going to last. Someone's going to walk away, either you or them. So, and all I could tell y'all beautiful people is trust yourself. Because I even get past life connection at the bottom. So, for some of y'all, this is like a past life connection. Soul contract. You know, unfortunately, it might mean that for some of y'all, you were meant to meet them, but maybe you're not meant to be together in this lifetime. The Corzo family, what do you mean, sweetheart? You mean, are you trying to have like an open relationship where there's 3 of y'all? Oh, that's cool, Darby. Oh, okay, Corzo family. I don't know, honey. I've never encountered that, honey. I mean, your soulmate is your soulmate. I mean, as long as there's one of y'all there, I mean, you want to bring a second wife into the mix, you know. I mean, some believe you have more than one soulmate. Because understand, a soulmate doesn't have to mean romantic. Your soulmates can also be your friends and your family. It's who you have come into this life you chose to incarnate here with. And it's also who you pretty much reunite with when you go back, you know, to be with the divine, God, whatever name you want to call them by. So, I don't know. Maybe that's why this is here. The Corzo family fear, like, maybe if you bring another wife into the mix, it may not work out. I don't know. Because, I mean, I don't know if you're a man or a woman. You'd have to clarify that to me. Okay, but I've never been in a relationship like that. And I know how many people, overall, majority people can't handle having someone else in the mix. Like sharing their spouse with someone else. That creates resentment, jealousy, insecurity. So how do y'all handle that? Okay. And that's good that you're honest with her. So, I mean, well, why don't you educate her? If this is something you grew up with, like let's just say that your parents, you come from a polygamous family, okay. Why don't you educate her as best you can? It's gonna be up to her. But understand me, from my standpoint, I'm not a jealous person. But do I want to share my man with someone else? No, that ain't gonna work for me, sweetheart. But I know there are some people who are open to that. I think it's just a matter of finding the right fit. And as long as your wife is, cool with it. Hi, I mean, Corzo family, I mean, that's interesting, you know, and I appreciate you being open with me and discussing that because, as like I said, I've never encountered that. Now, hey, Corzo family, you gave me an idea. Maybe I need to find me a couple of husbands. Yeah, I did watch some of the Sister Wives. I mean, the Corzo family, baby, maybe you just got to find the right fit that fits with you and fits with your wife because, like, this is going to be like one of those Sister Wives arrangements, right? So I'm assuming either, like, how, I don't know if you've ever watched that show, but like I've seen where each wife gets their own house and the husband stays with them like for a certain time period and then but he still like goes see his other wives and his children because they're all on the same street. And they even have get-togethers, like all the wives come together with their children. So I'm not saying it can't work, baby. I just think you gotta find the right mix. You don't watch that? Okay. Move Fox now. Make sure they have good financial assets first. I mean, shit. Maybe I need to have me two husbands too. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard Cody did pick the young one. That's messed up. And all the other ones left him. Wow, that's crazy. So, I mean, Corzo family, you would have to explain to me, baby, why would you be open to that? Like, why do you feel the need to have more than one wife? Is it a religious standpoint? Is it just your personal preference of wanting more than one option? I guess you would have to explain to me your reasons behind it, baby. Hello, Kenny. I look like a Street Fighter character. I don't even know what you're talking about, Kenny. Why do I look like a Street Fighter character? You would have to tell me what character you're talking about. I mean, well, Corzo family, can I ask you a question? Would you be okay with your wife having another husband? I mean, I'm just saying. Like, why is it that you get more than one wife, but they're going to get to stay with you, or you can open the door, allow her to have another husband? I mean, you're saying more love. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just, like I said, baby, I don't know. I could not be in that situation. I just couldn't. Yeah, why is it that the wife doesn't get an extra husband, but you get an extra wife? Like, make that make sense to me, baby. I mean, Corzo family, I think you need to, like I said, educate her, but don't try and convince her. Let her go deep within. Let her do some research and decide. Does she have enough? Is she a secure woman? Is she confident to be okay with you having another wife, you know? Because no matter which way it works, she still has to be okay with it for one, you know? And I think you trying to talk her into it, she might feel like you're forcing the issue on her. Instead of allowing her to digest it and sit with it for a little while. And, you know, if y'all religious, you know, let her pray about it, you know, see if something, you know, calls her to saying, okay. So, you know, Melrose, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, why can't the lady have more love too? Sure, Jiminy Cricket, do you want to sleep in my garage? Okay, Corzo family. I mean, yeah, I mean, we do think differently from each other, but what do you mean women who have several partners don't do well in marriage? You mean date? Hi, Bob. Y'all crazy. I mean, this is interesting. The Corzo family. I mean, it's very interesting. You might find out the gender tomorrow. Okay, I understand what you're saying, Corzo. But that's not always true, baby. What you basing that off of? I mean, like, how many sexual partners are you talking about? Because I know plenty of women out there who've had, you know, experience, you know, and were intimate with more than one person. And many of them been married for a very long time. So I don't think that's a right thing to go by, baby. That's all I'm saying. It would depend on why that woman went through and had multiple partners. Did she genuinely feel like she was in love with those guys and they loved her? Or was it a one night stand rendezvous? I think that plays the significant role in it too. It is, Debs. I mean, like I said, I mean, hmm. Hello, Junior for life. I don't know what that said. I missed it. You know, it's interesting in the Corzo family. I'm not mad. I'm just thinking. I mean, it was interesting. I think as women get older, and I read this somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, I think as women get older, maybe that part of the relationship isn't as important. There's other things that are more important to a woman than the sexual intimacy part. Um, but I guess it just depends. Like I'm 44 and I don't know. Right, Bob and Darby. I mean, let's see who is that. Roger C, cute is for puppies and babies. Women, we're in a league of our own. So cute don't cut it. Hey, don't even get them started. Hi Mike. How you doing, baby? Okay, let me get back to these cards. I'm gonna pull a couple more from this, and I mean, Corzo, you got my you piqued my interest, baby. What else, Spirit? Like I would have to do like a personal reading on you. I mean, confession, releasing a secret, pursuing virtue through honesty. I mean, Corzo family, you got a confession to make to your honey? Or maybe she has one to tell you. Because I even get self-awareness at the bottom. Tapping into your higher self, questioning routines and patterns. So, here you go. I think you need to do a lot more discussion on that, baby. Hi, Lady Freedom. That just threw me all off. But it's interesting. I appreciate your support, though, Corzo family. I'm really interested to learning about your way of life. And I'm not judging, and I think you know that. I'm just trying to understand. The last two is retreat, time spent alone, reflection on past and current situations. And I have sacrifice at the bottom, giving up something now for a future reward. You may have to let go of something if you want something greater to happen or to come towards you. Some type of opportunity, whether for some of y'all this is love, but for others this is about y'all's abundance, y'all's career and money. Check out how it resonates, beautiful people. Oh no, Debs, I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you, Callie. You're judging Melrose? Oh, come on. Hello, Saul. And you know, of course, oh family, it's good that you understand that, baby. Because if you do already have a family, like you got your wife and you got kids, do you want to really take a chance in damaging that family unit right there? That's what I would think about. You know what I mean? Kids are resilient, but I don't know how they would take having another woman coming into y'all's lives like that. Because then what are they going to call the other woman? Are they going to call her mom too? I mean, that could confuse them, but I guess it depends on their ages too. So I guess you got to look at it from more than one avenue, baby. I just don't know if I would risk that, baby. If you got a good thing going right now, you know, you're happy, your wife is happy, your kids are happy, be happy with that. Well, you know, wanting more, that's like greed, and that's when things can go down the drain. And I'd hate to see that for y'all. I don't want to see that. But it's interesting, baby. Okay. Exactly. I mean, I don't know how some people can handle being involved with more than one person at a time as it is. Like, you would have my head spinning. I mean, Kaylee, you know what? I mean, I'm the type of girl that, you know, I'll pick quality over quantity. So if I have a quality man in my relationship solid, I'm not thinking about having no other man. I'm just looking at him all crazy, like, why are you looking at me? Oh, Darby, I could believe that. I believe that, honey. Like, you see, and you know, the Corzo family, I'll let you in on something. Um, many years ago, I was having a conversation with my insignificant other, and I can't even tell you how we came on this topic, but there was a conversation about some of the guys at work talking about their relationships, and I think it had to do with one of the trips they had just recently taken. I think they were talking about how one of the guys, you know, was a male, you know, hoe, you can say, or whatever, and he not only had a wife with kids, he also had a girlfriend. And the girlfriend knew about the wife, but he don't think the wife knew about the girlfriend. But knowing he has a girlfriend and a wife back home, but he's traveling, and he got a prostitute to stay with him at his hotel while they were there on business to work for a few weeks. And the company paid for that. I don't know how he got that covered, but I kid you not, the company paid for it. Okay, paid for her too. Okay, I'm not saying he went to him and said, no, oh, I need a prostitute for a week. I'm not saying that. He was able to write it off some way, somehow. Okay, but it opened up this conversation about having multiple partners and how the hell people can handle that. Because my insignificant other was telling me he knew another guy, which I think was his former boss, who did try. They did try, like, the not so much swingers, but they did have a third person come into the marriage, and it didn't last. There was a lot of jealousy, insecurity. It threatened the original marriage, so they had to cut it off. And he said that he's heard like of one or two other people who tried something similar, and the same thing happened. So, and it's kind of like Darby said, you know, at some point in time, someone's going to become territorial. They're going to become possessive. They're going to feel like at some point they're not getting enough love from you or the same amount of attention or something. And they feel like if this other person wasn't there, they'd be getting all of your attention. You see, so it's going to hurt some feelings, baby. And it may affect your original foundation. So think about that. And that's my 2 cents on it. That's all I know about it. I mean, there is that too, Darby. You're right about that, beautiful. Hi, 808. How you doing, baby? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How you doing, honey? I just think, intimacy for me, Corzo family, I was raised, okay? This is how I was raised. I was raised that you need to undress a person's soul before you undress their clothes. So it's like, do I think you can be in love with two people at the same time? Do I think that's possible? Yes, I do. Okay. And I think what ends up happening is like the traits you are in love with one person, there's something they're missing that you may find in someone else, and that's what you fall in love with. I'm not saying that they're, either's, not a quality person or not a solid person, but there's still something there that's missing that makes your heart wanting to wander a little bit, which is crazy because I also understand when you're in love with someone, your eyes won't turn. You can't even think about anyone else because you're so focused on the one person you're so head over heels in love with. But I can also understand it from a standpoint of you create a connection, like we'll just say at work, you have friends and you have a female coworker and something, you just start talking more and getting to know each other, and then yeah, I can see how that happens too. I'm not saying that you intentionally went out to fall in love with someone else, but what I'm trying to get at is, intimacy, sexual intimacy, emotional intimacy too. It's not just about the physical, it's the emotional, it's the spiritual. That's something that I only want to give to one person at a time. I can't. I can't see myself being that way with anyone else than the one person that, I care about, that I want, because I want them to treasure me and cherish me the same way I would do them. I'd want them to treat me the same way I would treat them. So, and it comes back to like how my parents told me, like, a person who really loves you won't try and take you there to begin with, because they're more focused on the person you are on the inside, unless they just automatically just fell in love with you on the outside, and then that's more of a superficial love, not a true deep love. So but it's interesting. So I just want one person. And I want that one person to give me the world. So just as I would help give them the world, that's what I want to return. And I think that's what most people want. Okay. Let me get back to this, beautiful people. I'm sorry. Spirit. The Corso family, yeah, baby. I can see that. I mean, if I had two husbands, two men that wanted to do that for me and that could get along, I mean, okay, but that even that's rare because you men naturally are territorial. Y'all are the hunters, right? So I'm just saying, and I've already seen some of my exes act a fool, getting jealous over one of my guy friends being around me. Let alone if I had said, "Oh, I'm dating him too," yeah, right. It it's just one of them things, baby. To each their own. Like I said, baby. I mean, I'm open to listen to what you got to say about it. I just Mm-mm. 2 husbands. Oof. I don't know about that. I know, and when you say it that way, the Corzo family, you make it sound like it's more of a physical thing, not like an emotional, mental, or spiritual thing. I mean, I just want a quality person. Yeah, I mean, Debs, I'm sorry. I was not expecting this. Okay. First card out. I'm just pulling a couple keywords and I'm going to get into the tarot, y'all. Is chat. Keyword is chat. Open communication with a friend or family member. Chat openly. Incoming messages. Social media, text messages, phone calls, messenger. Well, beautiful people, I feel like this is like Spirit saying, it's time to have that open line of communication. If there's someone that you need to talk to, maybe you haven't been in touch with them in a while, maybe they'll be sending you a message, or maybe it's time for you to, reach out to them. But for some of y'all, I feel like this is like something that needs to be, there's something that has to be discussed or talked about. So whether that's through phone calls, text, email, even if y'all got to sit face to face and talk to each other. Something here, needs to be talked about though, because Spirit is really emphasizing open communication. So I feel like someone feels like they haven't been able to express themselves or say what they need to say, or or how they're feeling. So whether that's you or someone else. But the other keyword that came out, hi DM, how you doing, baby? The other keyword that came out is itchy, meaning an old friend or enemy, advance in position or a loss. Someone speaking of you for the better or worse, discovering a legacy or sorrow, a happy journey, good or bad, money in or out, a joy or disappointment. Well, excuse me. Well, I feel like some of y'all have met with an old friend, but possibly a frenemy, someone that is two-faced. But I only feel like maybe a couple of y'all that if you have ran into someone new recently, since I've been gone in the last few days, that I don't feel like it's someone you would ever expect to be like two-faced. Like I feel like they put on a good mask for you. But I see someone pretty much giving you the evil eye, staring at you. So be mindful of that. For others, this is all about just meeting up with your friends, making those connections, having time, having fun. Like, and for some of y'all, this could be from, childhood, because I get the play card at the bottom. So childhood, meeting with friends. So for some of y'all, here it is right here. So. Oh my gosh, what are y'all talking about? Hey, yeah, I'd be worried if that one was pregnant. I'd be locking up all the guns too. Mm-mm. Right, Debs? Because I'm telling you, like I said, I mean, I can't imagine any of my exes being okay with that. Because they wouldn't be. Oh, really, Bob? That's awesome, baby. I hope you had fun getting back to them. Y'all still talking about that? It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation that has my curiosity because, I've always wondered about that with people. Because I think there's something that can be learned from couples who are able to have an open relationship like that and have a third party come in. And Corzo family, and baby, at least you're being open minded to that, to understanding how a lot of other people would feel, how they wouldn't, be comfortable with it. Or I'm sure you've already thought about the different opinions, perspectives, others would have because of that. Because it's hard for us, most of us to think of, most of us just want one person. We just want to be in one, happy, solid, monogamous relationship. We're not looking to have someone over there and possibly someone over there too. But, and the Corzo family, I think you made the right choice, baby, in that situation. DM, I understand, baby, you've been stressed. And I understand you've been working. It's okay, baby. Just know you've been missed. You know, the Corzo family, I'll give you one piece of advice, baby. And what I would say is, because I don't know the dynamic, like, are y'all planning on living in the same house? Like, let's just say you do get a second wife. And, your first wife is open and accepting of it, right? Are all of y'all going to live under the same roof? Or is the second wife going to have her own home? Because I also feel it to a degree that the second wife isn't going to be okay with not having her own home. You know, it's about stability, and security, and not feeling like you have something that you can call your own. So that's what I'm curious about. Cause I think something you may want to consider, the Corzo family. Um, what I've had to learn over the years, especially for me, okay. I'm a very passionate person. I love deeply, but just as much as I love deeply, and I can love you with all of me, I hurt just as deep. And when you hurt me, it cuts to the core. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, but I can take a lot too. So, but there's certain things that can, anger me. Can I be quick tempered at times? Yes, that's true about me too. So, because I know this about me, I had to figure out a way to be able to express myself without, if we were to have a powwow, we get into a fight, a verbal fight, that I had to learn to back off. I had to walk away because, I'm a Pisces, yes, but I'm also an Aries rising and a Taurus moon. And those two right there, yeah, bump heads, having a ram and what's the other one? I can't think of the actual animal for the other one. But um what I'll tell you is because I know I could be cutthroat, I normally will have to like back off. Okay, so I won't sit there and fight with, like, just say you for an example. If you and I were, whether we're friends, family, romantic, if you and I were to have a powwow, okay? I'm going to back off. And I'm going to hope that you're going to understand that I need to walk away, to cool off. And it's not just for me to cool off, it's for you to also cool off. So I had to figure out a way how to make this work without someone getting upset that I'm just walking away and like I don't care about their feelings. So I had to come, to the table and figure out a way. And the only way I could think of how to do this is to have like a key word that, me and my partner can say any time we bump heads and it's like it's getting too heated, or I'm fixing to come out and be cutthroat, which I can be very cutthroat. I know how hurtful I can be, especially if I feel like I'm being attacked and I'm defending myself, and I don't want to go there because I know I'm going to say something out in anger, right? So there's a rule. As long as we say that one key word, we know, okay, it's time for both of us to shut up and go, in separate parts of the house, or even I sometimes just got to get in my car and leave. You got to let me leave. You got to let me cool off, because if not, if you try and hold me there, then you're really going to get a fight out of me, okay? So I don't know if that's something that maybe you and your wife can go through and use if you do. If for some other reason, whether you use it in your marriage you got now, because I'm sure it can help even that, but if you do bring in a third party, like you said how you tried to do it before, and, your wife and the other woman, they were butting heads, right? Maybe that's something y'all need to consider. So y'all can, like, take a break and just cool off. Because it don't do no good, right? Going after each other, because all you're going to do is, say something that you're trying to hurt the other person. You're not trying to hear the other person's side. So, and that's true too, Corzo family. I'm just saying, baby, to help, calm the tempers so it doesn't get into like a big bonfire type. It's only like a tiny match that's been lit. Okay? In order to taper that down is all I'm saying, baby. Just something to consider. It might help you. So, but like I said, I know me. Because, I was raised in a household to express myself to the point that, my parents raised me and my brother that we could go through and cuss them out into next year. And it was okay. Okay? And I know in 99.9% of households, that's not okay. But in my home, growing up with my parents, it was more than okay. My parents encouraged it because they wanted me and my siblings to know how to express ourselves and not be afraid, to not hesitate, to know how to stand up for ourselves. And they also wanted to know where they stood with us, whether we were mad, pissed off, hurt, whatever our emotions. They wanted to make sure they didn't put any limits on us to be able to openly be able to express ourselves. So the only rule my parents had was we could not call them out of their name. Like we couldn't call them the B word, the A word. So, and that was the rule we had. So, it's just different, baby. Just think about it from multiple angles. Because you might find someone who meshes well with y'all, but we'll just say maybe they're like me in that way. And, maybe, y'all haven't learned that yet, and, y'all have a powwow, and I walk away, then what? I'm going to hurt your feelings. I'm going to hurt your wife's feelings. Like, what? You see? And it's not, I'm not doing it out of, disrespect. I'm trying not to disrespect you, because I know I will do more than take your head off. Okay? Understand that I know I could say some very hurtful things. And once those words are said, they can't be unsaid. I understand that because I did it with my own mama, and I regret that. So just something to think about, baby. Daniel Burton, but I think we all have been there, right? We all at some point got into a conflict, got into a verbal fight with someone where that person wasn't listening to us, or maybe we weren't listening to them, and maybe they were the ones that took our head off, if not the other way around. And I just think, you gotta really appreciate, and have an understanding, and this comes with age. I think it comes with experience, that when you're in the middle of fighting with each other, even though you can love each other, you could be madly in love with each other. We'll just talk about like a marriage, and you're just madly in love with each other. But there's just that one thing y'all can never see eye to eye on, so y'all keep doing this, right? And it creates that toxicity to where it's like, instead of hearing each other out, y'all are like cussing at each other. Though, even possibly even get into the name calling, saying things you would not say if you were calm, right? But you're doing it because you're trying to defend yourself and stand up for yourself and defend where you're standing, right? But when you're doing that, that other person's not listening to you just as much as you're not listening to them. In that moment, you only focus on trying to protect yourself and defend yourself, not hearing the other person out. So sometimes it means you gotta calm down. And sometimes the way to do it is, okay, it's time, and understand me when I say, I still tell them, I'm effing mad at you, but I'm walking away right now. And I leave. I don't even give anyone a chance to say another word. And normally I'm picking up my keys and I'm out the door. Okay? I need to, because even trying to be cooped up in a house, it don't work for me. I need to be able to breathe. I need to escape. I need to go somewhere, like say the pool hall, and just hang out with my friends and shoot pool for a couple hours just to digest and cool off and allow myself to process everything. And I'll start to process everything who I'm fighting with. Like say it was my insignificant other, say it was my brother, say it was my stepchild, whoever it is. Let me calm down. And then I'll play it out. And sometimes, which will surprise people, I'll come back and say, you know what? You're right. I'm wrong. See, because I'm the type of person, I'm not afraid to say I'm wrong and admit when I'm wrong and apologize when I'm wrong. But then you always find those times where it's a 50-50. It's not just black and white. There is that gray area where you both can be right, but also be wrong at the same time. It all depends on your perspective. But you're not going to get anywhere if all you're doing is yelling at each other and not listening to each other. Because it's like people forget, especially in relationships, especially in like a romantic relationship, you're supposed to be on the same team. But when you start fighting, then it's like y'all are on y'all's own individual and opposing each other. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I'd rather be happy than be right, okay? If that means that I'm wrong and, but I can still be happy, hey, you can be right all day long. But understand me, if it's something specific that I will not bend, I'm not bending either. So there's a give and take there, baby. And that's good, Corzo family. As long as y'all can stay level-headed like that, y'all two, but that's just you two, right, baby? That's what I'm saying. So you bring someone else into it, they may not be as level-headed, or they may think they're level-headed, and you may think they're level-headed, but there might be something that you trigger down the road, we'll just say a year from now, and it comes to a blow. And that's what I mean, and you don't know that. So, because it's like my parents always told me, you don't really know someone until you live with them. Okay, you can know someone all day long, but until you live with them, you don't really know that person. Okay, but if you're around them almost 24/7 outside of work, school, whatever, you got to know them. So there's also that too, baby. Yeah, different personalities, different points of views. Hi, Anna Kikos. Hi, Sexy Slim Goddess. And everyone else who's here. Sorry. I'm just got into a crazy conversation. So You know, I'll say some more, Corazon family, you know, because I think it's important for everyone. It's just a matter of perspective, how you look at things. It's okay, Corazon family. Like I said, baby, I've never met anyone yet that's, you know, been down that road. So, like I said, I'm not judging you, baby. I'm just trying to understand. All right, let me look over this real quick. Because I know y'all are like thinking about y'all's relationships again. And you know, it's kind of crazy, Corzo family, because I think part of this tarot actually applies to you, baby. Because this is involving relationships. I mean, for someone, this involves career, but this is more like around relationships. All right, beautiful people. This is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. So take what resonates and leave behind the rest. If something don't fit, beautiful people, please don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for the next person. And know that this reading is timeless. So, you know, this is for anyone who's here now and anyone who comes in the future. Okay? It really did, Moonchild. It did come out of left field. So, all right, beautiful people. Yeah, if I can even talk right. Beautiful people. Start with a few messages from spirit guides. First one is gift. And the card that I picked for it, that spirit has picked with this, is choose love over fear. Which is right. Love is a gift. And I think it's something that many of us take for granted. You know, we end up squandering the opportunities to have genuine true love or feel that connection out of fear because we're afraid we're going to get hurt, or we're afraid that it's going to fall apart, or we're going to do something to damage it. So spirits is still telling you that love is a beautiful gift, and it's something worth having. It's something worth fighting for. It's something worth experiencing beyond your fear. You know, it's okay to be cautious, but don't allow that fear to stop you from being able to express your love, but also experiencing it with someone else. So I think some of y'all do get, you know, caught up in y'all's thoughts, overthinking things. And that's where that fear comes into. Because I know some of y'all have a habit of getting into that 8 or 9 of swords energy. So stop allowing that fear and y'all getting lost in y'all's heads to get in y'all's way of having genuine true love. Whether that's friends, family, significant other, all of it. Place it how it fits for y'all. Because the next one that comes out is treasure. And here again, we're talking about love. Love is your energy. And it's also a treasure. You all have the energy of love. Very loving, caring, nurturing, giving. You know, you're attentive. You're compassionate. You have empathy for others. You're considerate, respectful. You know, you take the time to listen to the people you care about. That's something, that's a treasure. And it's a priceless treasure at that. Again, it's something worth having. Just like, you know, I have gift over here. I can't make it up. Here we have treasure. Treasure this gift of love. That's what I feel like Spirit wants y'all to really remember, to remind y'all of. And don't allow fear to get in your way, because love's always worth the risk of getting hurt. And I know, and I'm not saying you know, like, well, Amanda, you're telling me, you know, I should get over it and let myself get hurt. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying take caution, but don't allow it to stop you. For me, though, I'll take the chance. I'll take the chance to get hurt to find genuine true love and happiness. And the last one is perseverance. And the card that came out with perseverance is let go of ego. Y'all need to stop going through, like, I just mentioned the 8 and 9 of Swords energy, like this. And it's crazy because this is at the bottom of my deck right here. 9 of Swords, right here. You see how she has um, her face in her hands, like she's crying, like she's in anguish. It's all those thoughts that keep getting in your way. This ego, put your ego to the side. Let it go. Stop doubting yourself. Stop talking bad about yourself. Stop saying you're not good enough, or you're stupid, or you can't do something, or you don't understand, or you'll never be able to do it right, so why bother? Break through that behavior, that thought pattern. You got to break through it now and be able to persevere. You're stronger than that. You see, like this woman, she has a prosthetic leg and she's still running. She didn't allow, not having, part of her leg to stop her. She persevered through it. Even through all her worries and, doubts about could she do it. But she's still running that race. So what excuse do you have? Don't allow this ego to get the best of you. Talk loving to yourself. Talk good to yourself. Don't do the opposite, because your body doesn't understand the difference when you're telling, yourself something positive and you're telling your body something negative. It's going to react differently, but it's still going to have an overall impact on your physical health too. When you keep getting lost in those negative cycles and you keep processing or thinking the absolute worst. Think the best outcome, but be realistic about it too. Don't automatically think, oh, it's going to go to hell in a handbasket, as my parents used to say to me. Don't always think that. There's still hope. Believe. Be stronger than that. All right. Now for the tarot. And y'all's recent past energy. I get the High Priestess here. Okay. And this High Priestess is telling me that this is y'all. Like, y'all had y'all got like a psychic hit from the divine of something. For some of y'all, this is a relationship. For others, this has to do with your career. Like, you needed to do something different, take a different road, a different path, or approach something differently. Because where things sat currently, it wasn't fulfilling you. You weren't satisfied with it. So here you are coming into this with the Six of Swords, like you're trying to walk away. Not saying that what you had before was bad, but you're looking for something better than what you had before. So you see, like this woman, she's getting in this boat and she's trying to go towards something better. Something that she'd rather have, where there's something off in the distance where it's more calm and peace than where she's been at. And here it is, chasing after her abundance with the King of Pentacles. So this is either representing like a soulmate, which this can be friends, family, or romantic partner. Or for some of y'all, like I said, this can also represent, like, we'll just say your boss. Like you trying to leave your current employer to go and work for a new employer who's going to pay you more money. Because this King of Pentacles would be like your new boss who's going to give you an increase. But I feel like for some of y'all, you're searching for, this person, or you feel like you have this person, and this person is like the King of Pentacles to you. And you feel abundant. You feel like you have, pretty much everything you could want, because this person helps provide that for you. So either way y'all look at it, whether it's relationship or career, you're leaving something to try something better. You're taking your chances, because here you are in the present energy coming into this 10 of Cups, which is all your, dreams coming true. You have complete fulfillment here. Okay. You see how they're, sitting with other people. So we'll just say, like, this is like your family, your co-workers, and you're all huddled up together around a campfire. It's peace, it's harmony. You feel like, okay, you could, be at ease and relax. Everything's as perfect can be. But then something has come in where there's conflict. Because here's this Five of Swords that has disrupted this harmony. You know, this happily ever after with your Ten of Cups here. And because something's come in and disrupted it, where it's caused conflict and chaos, here, either you or someone else is walking away with the Eight of Cups here. They're walking away from you and this, or you're walking away from this because of this. Because this is not what you thought it was with, you know, this conflict here. Like it's too much to bear. So now it's time to start over again, right? Where you go next, you know. So I'm getting the center, the full card again. So this is you starting over, a leap of faith, new beginnings, you know, a new door, going down a different road than what you had originally thought you had before with this. And these two cards, right? And here you are being represented in this King of Cups. Loving, nurturing, you know, attentive, stable. You know, you may use your emotions more than your logic at times. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you're, you know, you're still coming into this from a whole new fresh start, like a young child who has no experience in starting over. So you're starting over. For some of y'all, this is a career, a new employer, but for some of y'all, this is a relationship. Because here's the Lovers right here. Okay. So this Lovers can either be, like, say, your new boss. This can even be a parent. This can be, you know, even a sibling, a friend, or a significant other. Place it how it fits in your life. Because it's going to be different for all of y'all. But here you are, now looking, you know, at this King of Cups, you know, yourself. What do you have to offer? You know, knowing and realizing that you may not know everything still. And you still got, you know, things to learn, to grow, to evolve. But you're still willing to take that chance and take a leap of faith to find happiness and fulfillment. Whether this is, you know, in a new relationship, you know, maybe this is your, you know, family, like your parents, your siblings, or this can be, you know, like a new employer, your new boss. Or this can even be like a friend. Place it how it fits. You just know that where you've been, you know, there was still something that needed to be learned from here to get you here again, right? So now here we are. The challenge is, here you are in the Queen of Cups. And I'm reading this reversed because this is the challenge and obstacle, okay? So there's something here that Spirit's showing me you're trying to and manipulate things to be the way you want it, or the way you want, you know, others to see it as, you know, kind of get your way, you know, instead of, you know, just allowing things to flow naturally as the Queen of Cups, who's very loving and nurturing and attentive, you know, who'll be there to, you know, keep you warm, you know, provide you, you know, a safe place to sleep, you know, a hot meal. You know, it's like you're using, you know, your heart and even the emotions of others who care about you to manipulate a situation now. You know, and this can even involve someone younger than you. Because I get the Page of Cups here. This is someone who's younger. It's a younger energy. So this can be like a child even. It could be, you know, someone younger, a sibling, maybe even your significant other's younger than you. But you're trying to manipulate this person to get your way, you know. As you know that, you know, there's options. Spirit showing me that, yes, there's options. You have more choices. But so does this person too, okay? They can go anywhere. They can do anything just as much as you can. So Spirit's saying stop trying to manipulate it to get your way. You know, that's not a Queen of Cups energy. Be the real Queen of Cups, be loving, and flow with that energy of love instead of trying to control everything. Because I feel like some of y'all are trying to grip it a little too tight. And Spirit saying it's not working. Because it's like a band, it's like a rubber band. You know how you see rubber bands, when you use it over time, it stretches and it stretches and it stretches. And the more you use it and the more you stretch it out, the greater the chance it's going to eventually break. Well, that rubber band's fixing to break. And that's what Spirit's showing me. You can't bend it anymore. You can't stretch it anymore. You have to allow it to play out now. And trust that whoever this is, that, they're going to be understanding and see things from your perspective, but also it means you got to come to the table and be able to see things from their perspective too. Not just see it your way in order to get your way, to manipulate things, because I get a little bit of the devil energy with this too, which the devil did jump out of my deck, but I didn't take it, y'all. And now, I feel foolish that I didn't add it to this, but the devil did come out with this. So it's like someone's trying to take charge and have more control to manipulate, to get your way. Whether this is in your relationship, even trying to possibly manipulate your boss to get them to do something that maybe they're not comfortable with doing. Whatever this is, Spirit's telling you don't. Because you're going to ruin a good thing. You're going to ruin, what you already have here and what you're trying to build. It's not necessarily like this 10 of Cups is already completely damaged. It's not that. It needs, things to be worked on. But it also means that you got to be kind of like the student again and learn more. Okay? And it means, not always getting your way and manipulating the situation to get what you want. So if you can allow things to flow naturally, you'll come out of this better with more wisdom. Because I get the Hangman here. And the Hangman is all about either feeling stuck, stagnant energy. It's also about your intuition. Or it can mean having to see this from a different perspective. And I feel like it's more of y'all having to trust your intuition and see things from a different perspective more than any kind of being stuck, stagnant energy. But for some of y'all, the stuck energy, if anything, would be like that 8 of Swords running through your head again. Or this 9 of Swords, like this being at the bottom of my deck. This is what y'all keep doing, overthinking things. So Spirit's saying it's time to take a time out. Really reevaluate. In this Hangman, to get a different perspective, you need to, relax. Take a break. Maybe, call a time out even. As you see, this woman, in 4 Swords energy, she's resting and she has her heart laying out there next to her, and more at peace. It's like I feel like some of y'all may need to, I'm not saying detach from your heart, in order to use your logic, but I feel like some of y'all need to kind of stop forcing people to feel a certain way, or, trying to get someone to say things your way when maybe their intuition is telling them differently, right? Because here it is the High Priestess coming in. So this High Priestess still can see a lot. She still has an eye into the spirit world and the foresight to see into the future. There's a connection here of being close to the divine that she's able to see, okay? And so you're able to see something, but I feel like there's a split energy here. For some of y'all, I feel like this is you, but for some of y'all, I feel like this is someone else. And then for maybe a handful of y'all, this is both. There's 2 energies in this card I'm picking up. It's you and someone else, okay? And if we want to talk about this being someone else, I'm getting the 4 of Pentacles with this. You see how this woman is with this 4 of Pentacles? 4 of Pentacles is all about being, very stingy with your money, not, willing to share it, or you're spending too much of it, okay? And you need to kind of take control over your spending habits. But it's also a card about emotions, okay? So either, you're, giving someone more of your heart than what you're receiving in return or vice versa. So I feel like this person, if we're talking about someone else, for some of y'all, they feel like they've already given all they can give and they can't give no more. It's time for you to step up and give more of yourself if you want this to work with this connection, whatever this is, friends, family, significant other, your employer, place it how it fits. But for some of y'all, it could be the other way around. It could be you, where you feel like you've given too much, you have nothing else to give. And maybe that person has to give it a little more. No matter which way it goes, there has to be a middle ground here. Where it's not that, someone has to win and the other person has to lose. You both can win. If you can come to the table and meet in the middle, it means compromise. It means truly taking a step back and listening to the other person to get their standpoint, their point of view. Doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but do you at least listen enough to understand them? Because communication is not just about listening. It's also about, do you understand where the other person's coming from? Doesn't mean you have to agree, but can you at least understand? If you can sit there and truly listen and understand, it might change your mind about some things. Not meaning that, allow this person to change your mind, but it may make you see things from another point of view than you ever had been open to seeing them before to make this work. But for some of y'all, even this with your employer, I feel like your boss might be over there saying, listen, I can't give you your raise right now that you're asking. I want to so bad, but guess what? Business is slow. We don't have the extra money. I don't want to lose you as an employer, but I have nothing to give, but I value you because we're like family. Let's just say you've been working for your employer for years, for the same person for years. And now they're kind of like, I have nothing left to give. If you're willing to give me more time for business pickup, I'll be able to give you that raise down the road, but I can't do it now. So does that relationship matter enough for you to come to the table and meet? Where you can be like, listen, okay, I'll give it another year, see how, if the economy changes, if things pick up and get better, and then, hopefully by then, you can reevaluate, you know. But, am I telling you to stay put? No. You still got to make that decision for yourself. Same thing in your relationships. Do you feel like you're good enough to sustain a relationship? Or maybe, you feel like you've given too much and there's nothing else there to give. I don't know. Use your discernment. How does this resonate with you? But it still comes down to, which way do you want to see this from? Trust your intuition. Untangle yourself from this rope. Be free again. Free to really think things through before you act. I feel like it's what spirit needs y'all to understand. Don't make rash decisions, especially in the heat of the moment if emotions are high or tempers have run wild. Allow things to calm down. So maybe you can, take a chance to rest and think things through before you make that decision. If you're ready to walk away and say, the heck with it, I don't need this anymore, I can do better, whatever it is. Still comes down to having that mental and emotional intelligence and maturity. Okay. Oops. Now for the oracle cards, beautiful people. I need another sip of this. All right. I pulled cards both for y'all's relationships, and I also pulled for y'all's career, money, abundance. So here we go, beautiful people. Let's see. Ouch. Gods of the Hidden Realms. And card I pulled tonight is the Alchemy of Poison. And it says, the word alchemy describes how a common substance can be magically transmuted into something valuable. The poison dart frog, for instance, is not inherently toxic. Instead, its body takes what it eats and turns it into a poison that is lethal to others, but a powerful protection for itself. However, if the frog is fed a different diet, one not from its native environment, then it's not toxic at all. There's no doubt that our childhood traumas shape who we are as adults. Our initial hurts and betrayals are an emotional poison from which we evolve. Our past pain alchemizes into different personality traits that we express. Some wonderful and healthy, others toxic and self-sabotaging. Right now, you're being asked to focus on how you've changed after all you've endured. You've moved beyond the difficulties, found your strength and courageously expressed them in the world. Reminding yourself of how far you've come is the new emotional food you need to keep nourishing yourself with. If you take a moment to observe your journey, you'll discover that the magic you've been looking for has been inside you all along. Step forward knowing you have the strength and hard-won wisdom to meet any challenge and succeed. So this is like a transformative lesson you need to learn. And this is all about allowing yourself to be vulnerable in the time of, where things are chaotic and you're having to build up more of your internal strength. And knowing that you still have a choice. And the choice is based on what you do now. Can you change, what, emotions have been running through you? Let's just say that maybe you have had some anger, frustration, resentment. Can you now turn that into something positive? Help it to like catapult you forward a little quicker towards a certain goal you've been working on. Allow it to like fire you up per se, because that's how I allow it to do me sometimes. So I feel like that's what Spirit's now asking you to do. You still have a choice here. The power hasn't been completely taken away from you. It's just a matter of how you go about using it. How do you become proactive with that energy you have now to make it into a positive, so it doesn't leave a negative mark, like from your, childhood, whatever traumas you may still be having to go through and heal from back then. All right. And then for, let's see, where'd it go? For y'all, if we're talking about relationships in general, whether this is romantic, family, friends, professional, okay? This can apply to your relationships. Again, take what resonates, leave behind the rest. So either you or the other person could be thinking these things. The first one is, you were right. You were right. The second one is, I can't promise you anything. Next one is, it hurts so much. I wish I could be fully honest with you. And the last one is, I'm scared of rejection. So again, beautiful people, this could be your thoughts and feelings, or this can be the other person or group of people. Place it where it fits. Whatever relationship that is. Family, friends, romantic, or professional. So I know there seems to be some kind of conflict here, where it's like emotions gotten out of hand though. And I feel like, Spirit's asking both of y'all to kind of take a step back, like this hangman energy, and try and see things from the other person's perspective too, not just your own. All right, and then, let's see. I did pull these few. This is, I guess more romantic than anything else. First one is, my body is ruined for you. No one else will do. Nothing else compares. Just the thought of you sends me over the edge. So, someone, obviously desires you, or you desire them this way, and nobody else compares. Next one is, you are a masterpiece. You were the best things in my life. So again, beautiful people, this is either how y'all think and feel, or this is how someone else feels in your circle, someone you're close with, someone you're connected to. Either you're a masterpiece in their eyes, or maybe they're a masterpiece in your eyes. And the last one is, I'll choose you in every lifetime. Anchor of soul, like a soulmate. You'll choose them in every lifetime, or they'll choose you. Place it how it fits. And then, if we want to talk about y'all's career and financial abundance, I pulled from my Angels of Abundance. I got Moonlighting. And it says, you can start working on your dream career part-time while keeping your other job to pay the bills. Soon your dream career will take flight and fully support you. Testing. If you're not happy where you're at right now and you're really thinking about going elsewhere, you're wanting to pursue something you love for it to be what sustains you financially, Spirit's saying go ahead and try and start it right now. But don't give up your regular job right now to make it happen. You can do both. And yeah, you might get a little overworked and get drained, but I feel like it'll be worth the effort, because the next few cards I have is Amusement, and it says, you have a natural talent that you can share with the world. It's time to make money from them while having a good time just being you. So here you are. Amusement. There's something that Spirit's saying that, yes, that you enjoy very much, like a hobby. And they're telling you, if you're considering wanting to use that to apply it to a job or to make, a living, like start a business or something, here it is with this. Abundance right here. And the next one is Faith. This situation needs your full trust. There is a divine reason behind this experience. Your spirit guides are leading you in the right direction. So Spirit wants you to have faith. Faith that they are here, still guiding you and leading you in the right direction. If you're questioning yourself, Spirit's saying don't. Or if you're questioning someone, is that person right for you? Spirit's saying don't. And the last one is Blessings. Unexpected fortune is about to come. This is a great time to enjoy the blessings pouring in. Your finances are doing well at the moment. Spirit wants you to be thankful and appreciative for what you do have. There's a lot here that you're already blessed with. But Spirit's saying there's still more coming. I know for some of y'all, there's some big opportunities on the horizon. I keep picking that up. I've been picking up the last few months. There's something bigger coming. But it's up to you to grab life by the horns and take that opportunity when it presents itself. Whether this is, financially, your career, or this could even be a relationship. This could also be love, beautiful people, romantic love. So you place it how it fits. The Spirit's telling me it's both. For some of y'all, it's one or the other, and for others, it could be both. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight is Zachiel. Be the change you seek. Your intentions to live with meaning and purpose have led you to where you are today. Where you are is where you are needed. But don't forget to be a light of healing wherever you go. The changes that you are seeking at this time must begin within you. Even if you are facing difficult circumstances, ask yourself how you can shine your light more wholly and fully. And the affirmation here is, thank you, Zachiel, for helping me change within myself first before seeking change elsewhere. Thank you, Zachiel, for helping me change within myself first before seeking change elsewhere. So be the change you seek, beautiful people. That's what Spirit's challenging y'all to do. And don't say you can't do it, because I believe in every single one of y'all. It's time for y'all to believe in yourselves. Stop saying you can't or you won't. Because you keep saying that, and it's going to turn out exactly like that. But if you tell yourself you can, you will, you will. But you got to believe. You truly got to hold yourself to it. Keep telling yourself, look in the mirror. That's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading. Again, take what resonates and leave behind the rest, beautiful people. If something ain't fit, don't force it to fit. All right. Sorry it took so long. Hey, 420. How you doing? You're welcome, Jiminy Crickets. I'm going to start getting hot now. I knew I shouldn't have put this sweater on, but I'm now worried. I normally don't buy long sleeves because over the years I've learned, you know, because of me being small, when I shop for clothes, my clothes will fit me fine here, but it's my arms. It won't fit around my arms. Like the long sleeves, it's too tight around my biceps, especially when I bend my arm and I start bowling more and my muscles start building in my arms again. Some of my clothes ain't gonna fit and I'm not gonna be happy about that. So trying to enjoy them now before that happens. Oh, thank you, Corzo family. I appreciate you, baby. And 420, I know exactly what you mean, baby. I pick it up too. You sound like an empath, baby. What do I do with that deck? Oh. Hi, first time. How you doing, baby? See, I could read people's vibes even through the screen. Not all the time. Sometimes I can. And it's always interesting when I do what I pick up. Alright. Put these cards back now. Corzo family, it's okay, baby. Like I said, you got my curiosity. You know, it's interesting. Oh, thank you, first time. It's very sweet of you, honey. Moonchild, forgive me, sweetheart. I did see it, and I just hadn't had a chance to respond. This last couple of days been crazy. So, because I also went and spent some time with Anna's kids. In fact, one of them got in trouble at school yesterday because he was acting out because obviously he's getting really sad because his mom is not here. And I didn't realize Mother's Day is this weekend. So I guess the kids, they were at school making something for their mom for Mother's Day. And he didn't want to do it. You know, and it was hard. I mean, it took everything I had to not break down in tears with him yesterday because I know he's so angry. He feels like she's left them, she's abandoned them, and I'm trying to convince him that she hasn't left him. But unfortunately, she's still in the hospital. She can't come home. But how do you make a 6-year-old understand that? You know? So it was hard. So I went through a whole array of different emotions the last few days. Yeah, Jiminy Crickets, I'm sorry, baby. Oh, I'm sorry, Debs. I'm sorry to hear that, Edsy. No, thank you, Moonchild. Hi, Polly. Jiminy Crickets. I won't be here Sunday night. Ooh, and I just saw a bright spirit orb. Because, you know, Mother's Day is probably a harder day for me than any other day besides my mom's birthday, which is next month. But I'll be here Saturday. If you and your babies want to come on here, I'll pull some cards for y'all to see if I can get some messages from your wife to help you and your babies. Because I know it's going to be hard, you know. Hey, my mom has been gone almost 25 years, and it's still hard for me. So, but I need to, you know, I need to go to the bowling alley and be with my mama for a bit, too. And it sucks because she's not buried, and I don't have her urn. My brother has her urn. So I don't even have, like, her urn, you know, where I could talk to her. I mean, not that I need that, but, you know, something, you know, so I got the picture, but, yeah. So, you know, y'all come Saturday, and I'll do that for you, baby. Just let me know. But, yeah, I didn't realize that Sunday was Mother's Day when I saw it. It's like, okay, well, I won't be here Sunday night then. But I know a lot of people are missing their mamas or their grandmothers, whoever that maternal figure is to y'all. I get that. So, I try to celebrate Mother's Day like she's still here, but no. It's still not the same as me being able to reach out and, you know, touch her. Okay. Oh, I'm sure she'll love that Jiminy Crickets. Y'all just gotta know she'll be there with y'all. See, my mama loved Mexican food. That was her favorite. I can't tell you how many times we don't, well, I take that back. I think we may have one, but it's inside of a mall if it's still there. One of my mama's favorite fast food restaurants to go to is Del Taco. And she'd always get their red burrito. She loved Mexican food. So, thankfully, her Mexican restaurant is still around, so I can go there and get something to eat. Moonchild, do you want me to do the reading here, or do you want me to do it privately, sweetheart? I'm sorry, honey. I get it. It sounds personal, Moonchild, but that's on you, beautiful. Because to do it privately, it costs more, babe. Just so you know. Okay. Let me stand up for a minute, and I gotta use the bathroom. Ouch. Freaking A. Okay. Until the ladies' room, y'all. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Diane. Sorry, I had to talk to honest kids. They wanted to talk to me for a minute before they got put to bed. Maybe it's just the way he's looking at you, Bob. Y'all crazy. I don't know, Toby knocked him down earlier. He wanted in here. So, when I wasn't looking, he broke through my little gate. Hopped over it, in fact, to sneak his happy butt in here. So he knocked Teddy down. They're doing alright, Diane. I had to go up to the school yesterday and talk to the boy. Because he got upset at school. I guess the teacher was trying to get all the kids to make something for their mother for Mother's Day, which is this Sunday. And he got mad. He didn't want to do it because he feels like she's abandoned him, you know, and he can't understand why she isn't home yet. Good night, Jiminy Crickets. Sweet dreams to you, honey. So, it was emotional, you know, trying, you know, talk to him, calm him down. He almost had me crying. It took everything I had to not break down and cry in front of him. Yeah, because they're so young, too. And I get it. You know, Mother's Day this Sunday, it's like, you know, so they want me to come over there and spend time with them since their mom is not able, and, you know. Good night, Jiminy Crickets. Yeah, Bob, it is. I didn't have any food in the house until, like, I don't know, an hour before my stream started. So, that's what I did on my few days off, and spent time with them, went up to the hospital, besides the bowling alley. So it was a draining few days. Thank you, Diane. Thank you very much, honey. Yep, it's gonna be rough. So, I was thinking of taking the kids to the bowling alley with me. I thought, you know, maybe that'll help, especially the boy. You know, I could show him how to throw that bowling ball, and, you know, he can take his anger out on the lanes, on the pins, just to get it out of him. Well, Bob, his idea of a simple meal is, let's see, hot dogs boiled on the stove, which I can't stand. Every single time I eat them, it makes me sick to my stomach. Frozen pizza, or one of those frozen meals. That's about the extent of it. Hi, Alejandro. Yes, baby, I got some jerky too. Right here. Sunnyland, it was good. At first, it was rough. It started off rough. Yeah, my body let me know I hadn't done it in almost a decade. My shoulder held up, and I started to feel the nerve right here, and I could feel it radiating down into my elbow. And then I forgot about my wrist, because when I used to bowl, I had to use one of those ace bandages, like, but it's thin, and I would wrap it around my wrist to the point to where it almost cut off my circulation, because I would feel like a nerve in there every time I'd move my wrist. So, yeah, it all got fired up, but I was able to do it. My highest game Sunday was a 213, so it wasn't bad. You know, my lowest was 124, and that's the first game I rolled. So I guess considering that I haven't bowled in almost a decade, I didn't do half bad, knowing that, you know, I'm still kind of healing from rotator cuff repair surgery. But so, oh yes, Alejandro, all the bags I get are big. No moonshot, I don't wear a glove. It restricts me. Um, I don't have the flexibility that I need when I bowl, because when I release my ball, I do spin my wrist, and it's the way I do it, that I need that rotation. So, like, I know there's those gloves that will hold it steady, and I've tried that, and it don't work for me. I need that little bit of movement to throw my bowling ball. So I gotta figure out another way to bowl. I mean, I'm kind of gonna have to semi-learn how to bowl again, because I feel like there's something going on in the wrist, because I've had that problem for years. It's just slipped my mind, because obviously I haven't bowled in years, and that's really the only time I feel it, where I feel like it runs down into my elbow, you know, which tennis elbow, you know, carpal tunnel, whatever. So, but I wasn't as worried about it, because I knew what needed to be fixed without question was my shoulder. And now that that's been pretty much fixed, now it's okay. What do I do with this? Um, I mean, the tape, you know, it would still cut off my circulation. Like, here, I'll show you what I'm talking about, because I got my bag right here. Where's my freaking glove? This one. So like I have this. Of course. This is like more for tennis elbow. But I put it about right here. And then I make it to where I cut off my circulation, pretty much. Just to give me enough, but it'll loosen up. So having that other glove, the one I know you're talking about, it makes my wrist stay straight. And I can't have that. I still need a little bit of flexibility to do this. With the glove, like the gloves you buy specifically for bowling, it doesn't give me that flexibility still. So, yes, Moonchild, my bowling ball's purple. You know it's gotta be purple, beautiful. That's my favorite color. So, I'll show you my bowling ball. See, it's purple. That's what I bowl with. This is about, it's 11 pounds. But I didn't bowl with it this weekend because I knew it was too heavy to throw it. I did pick up an 8-pound. And yeah, that ball did bounce down the lanes a few times. First game, it was pretty funny. So. Thank you. I love that bowling ball. I've had it, man. I've had it longer than I've been with my insignificant other. Hi, Polly. Corzo family, are you still here, baby? Okay. Hey, Jerome. Physical therapy and dry needling help with what, Sunnyland? What, my wrist? Just a regular reading. Don't need to do an extensive. What, you just want tarot, Moonchild? You don't want oracle? And Sunny Lamb, I'm sure if I went back and told my surgeon that I was still having problems, he could probably write a new script out for physical therapy. See, when I was going last year, I had maxed out my visits. I'm only allowed like 20 visits a year. Everything else after that, I had to pay out of pocket for. So, I think for like 2 months, I paid for my physical therapy out of pocket because the insurance wouldn't pay anymore. I had already met the 20 visits, and it was $50 every single time I went. And if you're talking about even twice a week, you know, that adds up. Thank you, Mini Doll. No, I don't. I get them professionally done. Yeah, Alejandro. It stink, baby. Trust me. So I end up... Let's see. I think I still needed 2 more months of physical therapy. And now it's just going like 1 day a week. But I just couldn't pay for it anymore. Plus the fact that my physical therapy office was 2 hours away from my house. See, I had it and I was going by my in-laws' house where I was living before I moved into this house. So between, you know, going one way, 2 hours there, hour and a half, 2 hours, gas there, 2 hours back here, and then the actual $50 to have the physical therapy. And by that point, I had already gotten all my range of motion back. And that's all I was looking for. It's like, well, I can maintain the rest of it at home. Did I keep up with it as I should have? No, I didn't. But yeah, so I'd have to go back to my surgeon. He'll have to order more therapy, and he'll have to put it under something else. Wait and see. It's like those nerve blocks, those epidural injections. My old insurance company, I used to be able to get those. You know, my insurance company paid for it. My insurance company now, they won't pay for it until I go through physical therapy. So, when I had my surgery for my shoulder, I had saw my pain management doctor during that same time period. And I told him, you know, about that nerve and the cyst. And I know it's bothering me. I know it's growing. Is there any way we can do it, you know, a nerve block, something to try and calm it down? Well, they tried putting it to get approved. The insurance said no. I had to go through physical therapy before they'll pay for it because having it done even in his office still falls under like surgery. $5,000 is what they would be charged. And if the insurance company ain't gonna pay for it, guess who's gonna have to pay for it? I ain't got no $5,000. There's no guarantee it'll work. So I said, okay, write out the physical therapy. I gotta go for my rotator cuff anyways. I'll try and do them both at the same time, right? Kill two birds with one stone. Go to physical therapy. They tell me no. They can't do both um, exercises for my back and my shoulder at the same time because the scripts were written by two different doctors. Had they both been written by the same doctor, it would have been different. It's like, this is a lot of BS. And I didn't have time to go mess with trying to get a new script. You know, even to talk to my surgeon and be like, can you, by the way, you know, it was a lot of crap. That's all I can tell y'all. Hi, Andrea. How you doing, honey? So, I was annoyed. Doesn't make any sense to me. But that's how insurance companies are. They don't want to pay for nothing. So. Alright, Moonchild. You just want a general. You don't want nothing else. You just want a general. Ouch. Let's see. Okay, honey. I'm good. Andrea, thanks for asking, sweetheart. I'm happy to hear you're gravy, too. So, yeah, I couldn't do the physical therapy for that. And like I said, they cut me off from my shoulder, which is a load of crap. Because really, it normally takes, on average, when you have rotator cuff repair, it normally takes about a year to fully heal from it. And many people are still, you know, having to go to physical therapy once a week because they still haven't gotten their full range of motion back yet. So even my physical therapists were impressed that I managed to get my full range of motion back within 5 months. They said I was doing great, but, you know. I know, 420, don't rub it in, baby. With all the warm weather, too. I gotta make a trip out there at some point. I gotta come home. There seems to be more of an urgency for me to come home now for a visit. Ouch. I don't know why. Spirit from my child. I just want to see one thing. Spirit. Ouch. Give me. Spirit. Hi, King Hazy. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? It's good to see you, honey. All right, Spirit. Damn, my hair looks like it's sticking up everywhere. Aw, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you so much, honey. Thank you, everyone who's been praying for my girlfriend, Anna, and her kids. I greatly appreciate it, y'all. Spirit, what's the thing? Control. Oh, yikes. All right, Spirit. Oh, Moonchild, if you're talking to me, you're silly, girlfriend. I'm electrifying. Well, thank you. Alright. Here's a past spirit. Alright, thank you, Spirit. Doggone. Alright. Crap. Wow. This card reminds me of you, Moonchild. I don't know why, but it does. Thank you. Oh, crap. Ouch. Oh. Alright, Spirit. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Spirit. Ouch. Thank you. Nice. Nice. Oh, come on, Spirit. Yeah. Oh, darn. Spirit. Damn. Alright, Spirit. Clarify. Moonshot, I feel like it's gonna change, honey, for the better. Gotta give this some time. Spirit, why is this here? Alright. Again. I feel like there's something else I'm not seeing here, honey. So Spirit. Ouch. Clarify, Spirit. Spirit, give me one more. What is this? This search pertaining to? Clarify. Alright. What is it like this here, Spirit? Spirit. That's effed up. Damn, this Hermit card is coming out a lot. Moonchild, beautiful. I feel like you're gonna have to allow yourself to go through the dark night of the soul right now, honey. And I know that's not easy. I understand it's painful. I get it. It means change, and it's the kind of change that may break your heart, that you may not like or be prepared for, but I've gotten a Hermit 3 separate times from 3 different decks. Either at the bottom or I pulled it. I feel like you're gonna have to trust yourself and go within right now, sweetheart. And allow things to unfold. Because really what you're going through right now is a tower moment. And Moonchild, I know it's difficult, beautiful. I did read your email and I apologize. I didn't get a chance to respond to you. I got pulled away because that's when I had to go up to the school to check on his son. Let karma play out. Let karma play out. You really think, you know, that the members of your family, the one you're worried about, if you really think they're up to no good, I feel like it's going to come to light. But you're going to have to trust it with time. And I know that's hard to hear because I understand you want, you know, to be closer with your other loved ones. You may not be able to be there right now. But what I will say to you, beautiful, is you don't want to pit them against the person you have doubts about. Because you got to remember that person's in the middle between you and the person you have questions about. You won't win that, sweetheart. In fact, you're going to come out looking like the bad person. And I've watched it happen because it honestly sounds like they're taking that person's side over yours. That's what it sounds like to me. Um, and the thing about it is you don't know what that person's saying to, you know, your loved one. You know, you don't know what they're over there whispering, okay? But I get the feeling that there's something you've done that maybe you didn't realize, but kind of adds weight to whatever the person got in question that you feel is causing problems is able to point out to your other loved one. And that's how they're able to win them over. Right or wrong, beautiful. And I'm only, and I'm saying this also because I've watched this happen even in my own life. But see, I was the one that, was the in-law, obviously. And, you know, their parent didn't approve of me. And they tried. They tried ripping us apart. They didn't believe in me. They didn't believe in us. And I didn't have to do anything, Moonchild. Okay? But I wasn't doing anything wrong. But all I had to do was take a step back and allow their parent to make a fool of themselves, which they eventually did. And once he saw it and heard it for himself, oh, he was right there. That is the one thing I will tell you he's done right. He did defend me, and he stood up for me. And he had to tell his parent, nope, that I came first. That this family, this unit comes even before them. And they wouldn't tolerate me being mistreated, disrespected in any kind of way. So, it's beautiful. I'm not saying you're wrong. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't know what they're over there telling them, but I'm just giving you an example from what I've experienced and watched happen. And I feel like now you're going to have to allow it to play out, but I feel like it's going to play out. I feel like you will come out winning and being united with your loved one at the end of it. Whether they're over there doing something they shouldn't be doing, I mean, sure, there's a car down here that tells me that's possible. But even if that's true, I don't believe that's the only reason behind it. I get the feeling, and that's why I'm saying this, like, I get the feeling like something happened. You may not have realized, maybe you may have missaid something, did something to make that person feel the way they feel. It's not just, things going on. I'm not saying you're a bad person, beautiful. You know that. I'm just giving you an example based on my own experience. And I know it hurts your heart. I know it does. My God. Yes, I know. I felt it when I opened up your email and read it. So, and I had to take a step back because it was heavy. In fact, my eyes are wanting to water up right now. I know your heart's hurting, honey. But I just don't feel like you going over there, you trying to talk to them, they're not going to hear you. They're not going to see it your way. Unfortunately, I feel like they're too stubborn. And you can even say prideful to hear you. Like, they're going to have to see it for themselves in order to believe it. Because what I can tell you is, him, if it wasn't for his parent acting a fool in front of him, he wouldn't have believed it. But he heard it for himself. He knew I wasn't making anything up. So, and unfortunately, it did cause a rift between them. And I didn't want to see that happen. But that was his decision. He made the decision. In fact, he didn't go see her for a few years. He refused. And I know that was hard for him to do. But he was also doing what he felt was right, protecting and defending me. Because I refused to go see that person. I wanted to steer clear of that place. And I also have my own family I had to be concerned with because my other parent was still alive and they were very sick. So I had a lot going on too in my own family. It sucks. And Moonchild, I understand it's the principle of it because I think that's probably one of the things that you and I, you know, we really do see eye to eye on because there's right and there's wrong, right? And there's the principle of it. And I understand, you've helped them financially. Hi, Gabe. Yeah, everybody say, well, it's just money. No, it's not just money. It's the principle of the matter. So I get why I hurt you because it's wrong to go through and borrow something and then be promised you're going to pay it back and then they don't follow through on their words. That I truly, truly understand. But at the same time, is that worth destroying your relationship over? Is it worth it? Can you? I don't even want to say lose, because that's not the right way to put it. Can you be okay to come to the table and feel like you're still winning if you can have your relationship with your loved ones that you want to stay connected to and let go of the fact that you're not going to see that money just to have that relationship? That's what you got to ask yourself. What's more important? And I like to think that having that relationship with your loved ones is more important than, making sure, they keep their word and pay the money back. And maybe they'll eventually pay it back. It just may not be when they had initially said, promised, when you expect it. Unless you absolutely need that money, sweetheart, is it worth losing your relationships with the people? I'm not saying allow them to walk over you. What I will tell you, beautiful, is if they ever need any money again, don't give it to them. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you something my parents always told me. They always told me, when someone, borrows money from you and they haven't paid it back yet, but they want to come to you to borrow more money, no. You pay back the original loan and then I'll consider. So cut them off that way. I don't know how much it was, beautiful. I'm just saying, which is more important here? Just make that decision right now. You won't give them anything else unless you really need the money. Then, beautiful, I don't know where they lived. Do they live with a close distance from you? Because if they do, beautiful, if you have documentation that says they borrowed this money and they agree to pay it back by a certain time, I'd be going to small claims court then. And that's what I would do. Allow a judge to make that decision. That's what I would do if you have something that says that. Otherwise, it might be the wedge that keeps you from them. And it sucks, beautiful. Because I'm just like you. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You keep your word. You don't keep your word, get out of my life kind of thing. I know I'm at that age. I just don't have tolerance. I don't have tolerance for nonsense anymore. I don't have tolerance for people who don't keep their word. I don't have tolerance for people who say they're going to do one thing but do something completely different. I have very little tolerance. I will not, accept, very little shenanigans, we'll say. It's like I say, if you want me in your life, if I'm important, you're going to make sure I'm a priority, because if you don't, oh, you're going to appreciate my absence and I don't play. And once I've made that decision, you won't get me back. It doesn't matter whether you're friends, family, romantic. Don't matter. Once I put my foot down and I've made up my mind and I'm sit on it, there's no going back to it. And that might be what you need to do now. To stand up for yourself. Don't allow people keep crossing that line with you. And they're abusing it. Beautiful is what I feel. I feel like they're taking advantage of it because they're family. And that's just so effed up. I can't stand when family does it. I've had them do it to me. So I get it. And I said, I would never ever loan money to that person again. Not only did they not pay back, but they lied to me. And understand me, this was someone that I had only known for months. It was their relative that I loaned the money to. And I didn't have it. But at the time, I figured, okay, I'm working. I'll put in some extra hours so I can get the rest of the money. Nope. Even though they knew that, oh, they still screwed me. And I didn't have to help them. I was a stranger to them. But I was helping someone else out to help their loved ones. And I never did it again. Not for that person. I never loaned it out again. I meant what I said. Yeah, don't let them take advantage of you anymore, beautiful. Do not. Cut them off. It's truly sad and it angers me that they're taking advantage of you. Like I said, I feel like you're going to have to allow this play out. You know, because I even see it right here. You got this heavy burden, 10 of Wands. And here's the person in question in this Page of Swords. And they're, you know, even though, you know, they're not using their heart, they're trying to use more of their logic. But there's a lot of confusion. And even when you try and explain it to them, and it's your past energy, they're not interested in what you have to say. They just ignored everything you've said, all the points you made, which has caused you to be in this 10 of Wands energy. Like you're carrying your bags and you're walking away with all your burdens. And yeah, the heavy obligations and a heavy heart. That's what I see here. And then here's this Devil energy, present energy. Devil energy is one of those where you can either be like a codependent, getting trapped, you know, having, you know, that self-sabotage, negative talk. It can even be a card of being tied to material wealth type. Okay. I do feel like this is kind of a little bit of, yeah, because we're talking about the loan. You know, we are talking about money. And we're also talking about, you know, you've been overthinking this. So this is a little bit of you, but I still don't read this as a bad energy. You're only feeling exactly what the rest of us would feel, who have a kind, generous heart and want to be there for people we love and care about. But here you are, kind of like trying to bury that one in the ground and letting it go. You know, allowing everything else to work its way. You know, yeah, I know you have, you know, regrets. I'm sure you're kicking yourself in the butt for even allowing it to go this long and allowing them to take advantage of you for the amount of time they have. So here's your regrets, and you're trying to bury them now. But here's your Justice in the center. This reminds me of you for some reason, Moonchild. It makes me think of you, beautiful. This is telling me that things are going to get balanced out. You will get your justice. You know, and I know that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the scales to balance. Karma to come in and serve her plate up to them, you know, for you. And I feel like it will. But in the meantime, I think you're focusing too much on it though. Because here you are in the Eight of Swords energy. You're overthinking this. You're thinking about it all the time. I feel like you're even obsessing over it. And yeah, you're now in this energy too of wanting to give up. Because here's the Nine of Wands, which is like going through that whole battle and almost wanting to give up, but you're not there just yet, but you're pretty close. Don't give up. It's just you have to reevaluate your approach or how you look at this from here, how you handle it, so you don't give up. Because I know you don't want to give up on your loved ones. That I get. But I also get some of those relationships are toxic. And I get that's kind of hard to do given, you know, if you're being screwed by someone that made a promise and they're not keeping it. So that I get. But here's your obstacle. Pick up this card. This is the Ace of Swords. This is normally, you know, a card about having that opportunity for clarity, for understanding. But right now, I feel like it's nothing but confusion. And look, it's even being clarified with another Ace of Swords. So you got a double here. So I feel like, you know, because you've been in this Eight of Swords so much, it's blinding you to the clarity and having a different understanding or a different appreciation. Like even looking at this, Moonchild, like an opportunity to learn something. Like there's something from this you're supposed to learn that Divine's trying to show you. But it's like you're refusing to see it that way. And it's clouding your judgment. It's confusing you. It's causing all this chaotic energy instead of you getting that clarity and understanding for it. And in the midst of this confusion, Spirit's wanting you to go within. Be courageous. Be this beautiful lioness. Have strength. You're strong enough. You'll get through there. And if you give it some time and not overthink it so much or not obsess about it constantly, I feel like you finally will get some clarity from this. You know, instead of the Ace of Swords being like this, which is how I'm pretty much reading it, it will go back to this, where you'll have more clarity, clear thought, and be able to use your logic to go forward instead of just focusing more on your emotions. Because Swords is more about your mentality, your thoughts, than it is your emotions. So you'll have clarity of thought. Things will be made clear and come into focus. Because in the outcome, you're the Empress right here. Here you are. Very abundant, loving, nurturing. You know, you've already, you know, got your life, you know, lived, you know, a lot of your life, been able to make a life for yourself, to be able to enjoy it. And you want to share, you know, the fruits of your labor with the people you love and care about. I feel like you will be able to continue doing this. You know, because here you are with the Queen of Pentacles. That's confirming just how abundant you are. But Spirit saying you're going to have to let go of this conflict, though, with this Five of Swords. You know, this disagreements, not seeing eye to eye, toxicity, chaos. Here you are, holding your head, getting lost in your thoughts and allowing it to run your life. It's time to step out of it. It's time to focus on this and take a look at this from a different perspective, a different point of view. Because I feel like if you can, guess what came out? You will have your justice again. And that's the last card. And what's crazy is, you know, like I said, this is a tower moment that I feel like you're having to go through. You're having to learn. This is the change, because I even have the tower on the bottom of this deck right here, which is one of the decks I pulled from. So yeah, this is a lot of change. I get it. But I feel like justice is going to serve her justice now. So you just have to stay focused, you know, make other plans right now, you know, take some time out, you know, spend time with others, make the adjustments you need to make, you know, make plans, unfortunately, without them right now until things calm down. But be motivated going forward, because here's the Ace of Wands. There'll be a new beginning that'll start, but you got to stay determined. Stay motivated. Because if you can do that and hang in there, you will get your 9 of Cups, which is, you know, wishes being fulfilled. So don't feel like divine hasn't been listening to you, or your prayers aren't being answered, because they are. It's just taking a little bit of time. I feel like Spirit's really trying to get you to go inward with the Hermit, because when I pulled out the theme for your reading, I got the Hermit right here. Here's one Hermit. It jumped out of the deck, another deck I used, but I put it back. Because it came out with 3 cards, and I wouldn't take that. Spirit knows me, I won't. But here's the Hermit on the bottom of my other deck. So it's time for you to have like a dark night of soul. Go within and reevaluate everything. Don't allow it to run your life, beautiful. You know, allow your emotions to run its course. You feel what your heart's feeling. I'm not telling you not to be hurt. God knows I be hurt. Hell, I am hurting right now. You know, I've had people in my recent past hurt me too. Yeah, it's not a good feeling. You know, you think people will be there, but they're not. So you kind of withdraw your energy, which is like that Hermit card. You isolate yourself. You go within. You find yourself again. Find your strength. Remember who you are. Don't allow this situation, even the people you don't necessarily like or agree with or see eye to eye on, don't allow them to run your life. Don't allow them to dictate it. You keep living being happy and just wish them well. That's all you can do until nature plays out. When Lady Justice serves her karma, and I feel like that will come. So, welcome back, Moon Fox. Your plans to go to Pennsylvania? Beautiful. Go ahead and go. Because, I mean, even at the bottom of my other deck, I get the 8 of Cups here. This is like you walking away from it. You know you got to walk away from it right now, even though it hurts. For your own sanity, you have to walk away. Like I told you, beautiful, if they can't appreciate your presence and appreciate what you brought to the table, hey, let them appreciate your absence then. Then they're really going to find out how much you've been there for them, how much you've done for them. And if they don't, that's their problem. They're just, you know, Yeah, I'm not going to say it. Yes, Moon Fox Knight, I'm reading for Moonchild. I wouldn't allow, like I said, beautiful, that person you have questioned. Unfortunately, you're in a lose-lose situation right now because of who that person is to your loved one. And it really sucks. I get that. But I feel like your other loved one will eventually see something's gonna happen. That person's gonna slip up. I don't know what it is, but I feel like a slip up. A slip up somewhere's gonna happen. And they're gonna snap out of it or see it, or finally be able to see it the way you've been trying to tell them to make them see it your way. But trying to shove it down their throat right now, I don't feel like it's gonna do any good. So focus on you. You want to go to Pennsylvania? Hey, honey. Go, honey. They'll be okay. They're gonna have to handle taking care of themselves without you. Send them your love and keep living. You know, if people mistreat you, if they can't appreciate what they have when they have it, they don't deserve it then. They don't deserve what you have. And you know, it's like I say, if people can't handle you at your worst, oh, they sure in hell don't deserve you at your best. Cause I'm one of those people. Nope. You can't handle me at my worst of my worst. Oh, especially what's been going on in my life the last few months. No, you don't deserve me at my absolute best. So, there's the door. I'm not chasing you. I don't chase people. And, you know, the people in my life who've hurt me, they're going to find out. But I feel like some of them already are. They're already feeling the impact of my absence. Because they didn't realize the impact of my presence and of me being there. And now they're going to have to live without it. So, I don't chase people. And that's sad you haven't spoken to them in 3 months. That's truly sad, and I'm sorry to hear that. You know, I want to see something. Oh, Spirit, tell me. Exactly, Moonchild. I have too much going on in my life to be chasing people. I got 2 little ones that are trying to figure out when their mom is coming home. Yes, beautiful. Love yourself, Moonchild. You deserve that, honey. You got your own health to also take care of, sweetheart. You can't be going around stressing yourself out, knowing it's going to affect your health, too. That even makes it worse. So, Spirit, show me. I know, honey. I know it hurts. I felt it when I read your email. Wind spirit. By the end of the year. I don't know, give it till like October. Beautiful. Wait for that shift to happen. That's what Spirit's telling me between September and October. It's all because of family estate. That's effed up. I'm sorry to hear that, Moonchild. That's effed up. It's sad when people allow money to get in the way of that. Something else. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Moonchild. I recall seeing you talking about it to someone before. I mean, and beautiful, you know I lost my home. I mean, I had to sell it. You know, I don't know if you consider losing it, but I was going to lose it if I didn't sell it. And I refused to allow them to take it from me like that. So, that wasn't easy. And I had to have a lot of strength to go through that. Because God knows I didn't have support from him. It was the exact opposite. I did nothing but fight him the whole time about it. And that took a lot out of me. And then try and pack up that house. Like, when I say I packed at least 3/4 of that house by myself, and I'm talking about a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath with a formal living room, formal dining room, family room, breakfast room, kitchen, 2-car garage, and attic. That had of at least, 20, 25 years worth of belongings in it. It was about a 2,500 square foot house. I shouldn't have had to do that. Most of it by myself, but I did. I did what I had to do. Did I like it? Heck no. Was I happy about it? No. But I also knew, sitting around expecting him to do something to change it, or expecting anyone else step up to the plate and help me, yeah, that wasn't going to happen. All I had was me to do it. And, and even after he finally agreed to be okay with selling the house, because we both had to agree because both our names was on the house, instead of staying and helping me pack the house, after all, I mean, I miss my nieces and nephews' birthday parties. I think I even missed my brother's birthday party. Yeah, I did. I didn't go to his dinner. But guess what he did? Oh, he went to his child and grandkids' parties. The heck with helping me. So no, I get it. Yeah, it was rough. And I was flat out exhausted. And I had not had my shoulder fixed yet. I still needed my rotator cuff repair. So I did it with a broke shoulder too. And this is after I had already nursed him. After he fell and broke his back for 4 months. And I almost broke my back in the process. He still did that to me. So you see, I was going to allow him to stop me. And even the pain I was in, I was going to let it stop me. I was too effing determined. I was going to make it happen. And I knew some way, somehow, I was still going to be okay. I didn't know how. Okay? I didn't have that answer. But I kept getting the feeling from the divine it was going to be okay. I didn't need to worry. It would work out. And I remember my family thought I was crazy. You know, because they thought I handled it so well given everything. Well, what do you want me to do? If I lose it, if I cry, if I overthink it, what's that going to solve? Nothing. It's just going to get in my way and prevent me from getting up and doing what I got to do. There's no time, you know, I'm not throwing no pity party for myself. No, no, no. I'll get this done, and then once it's done and I got somewhere to sleep, give my body a chance to rest. Okay, if I want to, you know, cry or whatever, I'll do it then. And honey, let me tell you, for about a month and a half after, I mean, I pretty much stayed in the bed. Like, my body was so tired, I hurt, and I was exhausted. Just flat out exhausted. I was mentally exhausted, emotionally exhausted, spiritually exhausted, and yes, physically. Slapped the worn out. And I needed that time to recharge and to, you know, really think about what's next. Where do we go now? How do we get there? You know, because I still knew I needed this shoulder fix too. And that was the next thing that had to come. And that was the other effed up thing about it, is just because I had every intention on getting my shoulder fixed right after we had moved. Right after we had sold the house and, you know, went and stayed at his family's house. But I needed to go see the surgeon first, because he needed to contact my insurance company to go through the whole pre-approval process. And that was my plan. Problem was, he wasn't home to help me pack up the house and take care of what if I needed to take care of, just for me to even go see the freaking doctor. That's how ridiculous it was. That's what I was up against. So his family had already put us on a time clock that I wasn't even aware of. We were given so much time. He failed to tell me that. And when it got close to that time, they're looking at me crazy. Because I'm just now, like, finally hearing back from the doctors about getting the surgery covered, pre-approved by the insurance and this and that. And they're looking at me all crazy. Well, why didn't you have that crap done before you moved and sold the house? Are you effing kidding me? Did you see what he did? Oh, wait, he didn't do. That's right. I packed up that house. Not him. Me. Where was I going to have time? None. So you see, even then. But I wasn't going to allow them to get to me either. But I still needed my shoulder fixed. And unfortunately, because I knew my arm was going to be in a sling for 6 to 8 weeks, I needed someone to help take care of me, to help nurse me back, because I wasn't going to be able to eat. You know, because obviously, can't use this arm when it's tied to me like this. And this is exactly how it had to stay. For 8 weeks, I was in that sling. Couldn't bathe myself, couldn't, you know, shower, wash my hair. Someone had to help me do that. Had to help me get dressed. All of it. Yeah, he helped me through with that. That's about the extent of it, though. So. Thank you, Alejandro. Oh, I appreciate it. You would have been my nurse, baby. Like I said, it was rough. It was rough. I hated it. Hold on. Is that right, Alejandro? That would have been something, baby. I would have taken those and some strawberries. It's so beautiful. I'm sorry, but you're a fighter. You'll get through it, honey. You gotta believe in that. I believe in you, beautiful. Exactly. That's right, Bob. It's $250 minimum. US. You're welcome, Moonchild. It's not the end of the world, beautiful. I know it feels that way right now, but it's not, honey. What are you talking about? Ouch. Not that I'm aware of, Alejandro. If you need a reading, baby. I haven't seen Gina. Hold on, y'all. That is effing weird. Let me see. What the heck? Maybe I hit the wrong one. Oh, I think I know what happened. Hold on, beautiful. Crap. They changed the freaking time. This is for... Let me see something. No, that's not it. Alright. Why does it have that date then? Alright, I fixed it. Hey, Eric. How you doing, baby? Dang it, there goes my bladder again. Oh, Corzo family, I'm happy you found me too, baby. Your name's Eduardo. Well, it's nice to meet you, sweetheart. I hope you have felt welcomed here, baby, because I don't judge people like that. I am, more loving and accepting of most things, so... Hi, Brian. You know, Eduardo, it is controversial for most people because most people don't, think along those lines, I mean, I'm the type of person, as long as you're happy and you aren't hurting people or animals, who am I to judge? That's how I look at things. So, and baby, like I said, all I'm saying is I would hate for you to destroy your family you got now. For that, it just, that's a chance, baby. It's a chance. You're chancing that you think, and even your beautiful wife might think she's okay with it now until it happens. And then it might be a completely different story. And then what? And you just don't know that. That's all I'm saying, baby. Yeah, I think it's something that y'all need to really talk about more. But I think it's going to take the right person too, if you both can truly accept it and agree on it. The right person to fit in your family. And, not just, love you, but also has to love your wife, because that's going to be like a sister wife. And then love the children that you and your beautiful wife have already created. And that's a lot asking from someone. You see? And then if that new person wants children, are you prepared to provide, and you have children with the second wife, and then is the first wife going to be okay? You see, there's so many dynamics to have to look from this from, to where it's like, I feel like in some regard, like, okay, you can look at it from most perspectives, but there's going to be one or two things that you may not have thought about, she may not even thought about, that might pop up, and that might be the deal breaker then. And then, after it's said and done, it's too late. And you can't go back and undo it. So, That's all I'm saying for you, baby. I hope that makes sense. Hi, Scott. I'm doing good, honey. How you doing? Thank you for asking. Yes, Eric, I did. Yeah, I get that. You know, baby, just be careful. Because, I mean, you know, there's some. I don't know where you live at, baby. But I know here in the U.S., it's illegal. So, um, to officially marry someone, a second person, if you're already married to, someone and you hadn't divorced. So, if you're just looking at bringing someone in and, them living like a living partner, then okay. Just, think of it from all perspectives, baby. Eric, baby, I did. The highest I rolled was a 213. But my arm hurt and my body hurt. Oh my gosh. And I knew I was going to be sore. I couldn't sit for the next couple days. Like, I feel a little bit better today, but I feel it in my back and I feel it in my thighs. And I feel it here naturally. And even up here, I feel it. So, I remember how much of a workout bowling gives me since I'm a power bowler. So, I feel it throughout my entire body, boy. Hi, Gina. Oh, my back is sore. And it don't help because of the weather. Anybody who deals with even arthritis, y'all know when it rains, your body feels it. And it's been raining here more than usual, which is just blowing my mind. It's like, okay, if there was like a lot of tropical storms out there in the ocean, I'd understand, but I haven't been watching that either, but just saying. But yeah, it's been raining almost every day, it seems like. Alright, Moonfox Knight, you too, sweetheart. Thank you for stopping in, beautiful. I'll be back tonight. You have sweet dreams, beautiful. See you later. So, I'm going to have to wait and see. I'm going to have to go see my surgeon because I need to find out about my wrist. Because I can feel that nerve right here. And I feel it running down, coming down here. And then I feel it down here, coming up. And I feel it in my wrist. So, is it possible I have something going on in my carpal tunnel? Yeah, and I mentioned it before to my surgeon, but I kind of actually forgot about it since having my shoulder because I knew the focus had to be this first, just to find out what my wrist and all that would say. So I may have to pick up that bowling ball a couple more times just to be sure, if it's still getting aggravated and what's going on, that good stuff. I don't want another surgery, but I may not have a choice. Because I know even in the elbow, I'll get that radiating, that little nerve right here on that bone. I'll feel it. Yes, Eduardo. That's true too, baby. Well, and I had back surgery. So I have all that inflammation from the scar tissue. And I've got a cyst that's pressing up against a nerve root. So that hasn't helped it either. People are so stupid. Whoever called me a witch, you just make me laugh. It's just funny. Do you think I'm a witch? I don't cast no spells, dum-dum. Oh, and by the way, you want to come here and judge me? Well, you must be a Christian, and I suggest you go back and read that Bible, where it talks about thou shalt not judge. And I just saw a purple spirit orb. That's a divine saying yes. That's exactly right. So get lost. At least I'm a beautiful witch. You're so funny, baby. Ouch. Doggone it. I need one of these. Okay. Alejandro, let me step up for a minute, baby. Let me walk for a minute. And then I'll come back and do your reading. Okay? And I can run to use ladies' room. Ouch. Because it's that SI joint. And since I can't get the stupid insurance company to pay for my injection unless I start physical therapy from my back. Ouch. You know, just pray for Moonchild, beautiful people. Send them love and light, okay? Even though they betrayed her, you still send them love and light because you don't want anything bad coming back to you. Ouch. All right. I'll be back, beautiful people. Oh, poor baby. Man, as feisty as Toby is, he's scared of thunder, apparently. Oh, they're shaking like a leaf. Okay. All right, Alejandro. You ready, baby? Okay, Gina. Let me do Alejandro's reading, and then I can get Toby if he's not in the garage. I can read you after Alejandro, Gina. Monsoons? I don't think so, baby. I know on the West Coast, y'all call them something different. Cause here we get like what is known as tropical depressions, tropical storms. Then it goes to hurricanes. So it can get bad. Yeah. To where it seems like it rains for days on end. Usually by the time the tropical storms or the hurricanes come onto land and make it to me, it's normally downgraded to just a regular tropical storm and it's losing strength, or it's already been downgraded to like a tropical depression. But it doesn't mean it won't bring still a lot of rainstorms and lightning and thunder and tornadoes with it. Well, hey Finn, how you doing, baby? So, but it always comes up from normally Florida, which it's normally the storms that come off of Africa. For some reason, they always end up either into the Atlantic or they come into the Gulf side right there on the Gulf side of Florida and come up, or they'll go to the left. Most times though, they'll come up, which that's where it hits me. But like I said, by the time it gets to me, it's like a tropical storm or tropical depression. So it's interesting. And they normally start, I mean, it's like it starts at the end of May usually. But I've seen some of them storms start like the 1st or 2nd week of May. So it's been starting earlier because it's like the ocean's warming up even earlier than it used to. Alejandro, you here, baby? Ouch. Doggone it. And Toby stuck his claw in me, too. Crazy cats. Alright, baby. Okay, baby. Alejandro, what do you want, baby? You want a general, or do you have a question, sweetheart? I guess I should open this, too. Alright, baby. A general. Okay. You know what? Let's see. Since I started out using that one. Alright, baby. You've been getting restless again, baby. Alright, Spirit. Let's see. This typically, where's that deck? That's Spirit showing me. Thank you. Spirit. Really? I agree, Spirit. Well, thank you, Spirit. Ooh. Here's the cups again. What's at the center, Spirit? Spirit. What's at the center? What's at the core? What's Alejandro? What else, Spirit? What else is coming towards Alejandro? Oh, damn. And Alejandro, did you get a new love offer, baby? You got your aunt someone new, baby? Like, Holy Spirit. You know, Alejandro, I know you still want love, baby. feel like you should still be focused on what you were trying to do when I did your last reading, baby. Possible outcome, Spirit. Manifest something. Okay, you've been solo. Well, baby, I mean, this could be also a new creative idea. Your intuition guiding you too. It's present though, so I see you trying to take charge of your life though. Holistic, it's time for you to go. I don't appreciate your sarcasm. Okay, you obviously don't know me. You didn't watch me long enough to know how I do my readings. So it's time for you to go. See you, bye. Come here being disrespectful. It ain't your reading. Why are you worried about how I do my readings? Crazy people. Did you pay for a reading? Nope, you didn't. It's like stay in your lane. Alright. Spirit, show me for Alejandro. Crystal Downs, thank you. Don't act foolish. Let them. Okay. You're being conservative though, Alejandro. I feel like you've kind of like withdrawn a little bit, even from the outside world, more than you had so before. Spirit, what's this Ace of Cups here? Show me. I feel like you've been loving yourself is what you've been doing, actually. There's just nothing wrong with that, Alejandro. You keep loving yourself, baby. What's Four of Pentacles to your Spirit? Wow. Seriously, Spirit. Poof. Give me something. Alright, Spirit. Come on, Spirit. Internal conflict. Why do I pick up pettiness, Alejandro? Somebody around you is being petty. Oh, well, that's great, baby. I'm happy you are taking better care of yourself, getting exercise, and eating healthier. Yeah. I need to get on that boat myself and start doing some of that and just have it. Spirit. I know you've got great tenacity and drive. I mean, really, Spirit, come on. Spirit. No, talk to me. She came out anyways. Well, I get a power couple here, Alejandro. So this must be coming towards you, baby. Like she's heading your way, which we're in May. I know I said something about the summer. That she would be on her way. Yep. Alright, Spirit. Alright. Spirit. Yikes. Oh, why did that card have to come out? I said June. Yeah, I said sometime in the summer. It looks like she's coming soon. I do recall saying that. I hope you're ready for it, baby. Why is it Justice card or Spirit? And you got Wheel of Fortune on the bottom. Can't argue with that. Alright, Spirit. Can I get some advice? Man, I came out twice. You're going to be forced to make a decision, baby. Ooh. Wow. Oh no. Oh, come on, Spirit. Damn. That's effed up, Spirit. Okay. Let's see how this works. Ooh, that was a big spirit orb. One card, please. One card, Spirit. I hear twin flame. Alejandro. Don't ask me why. That's what Spirit's put in my head. It's not karmic, but it might feel that way. Ugh. I get the feeling this woman's supposed to come in and kind of like teach you a couple of things. Oh. And that could be so funny. Hello, Jack. Bye, Jack. Have a good night. Hi, William. Alright, Spirit. I feel like she's gonna like set you up, teach you some things. I don't believe she's gonna stay. I don't know. This is weird. Twin flame. Soulmate. Strange. Some twin flames. Oh, Alejandro, stop it, baby. Just wait and see, baby. I have to wait and see what else Spirit wants to hear tell me. I mean, I'm picking up twin flame, but you know, depends on your beliefs, baby. I don't completely believe in the twin flame idea, but I know others do, so I believe in soulmates, yes, absolutely. But twin flames, a little, still on the fence. But I feel like someone's supposed to come in and kind of like not rescue you and not save you, but to help direct you in the right direction for your future, for your path, for what you're meant to do. And like, I'm just getting kind of an energy of you're going to learn a lot from this person to the point where maybe some of the things and the choices you made in the past that could have affected your past relationships where maybe you couldn't see it from the other person's point of view, that I feel like this new person that comes in, she's going to be able to show you, and not just show you, but explain it to you, how she's able to see it from, you know, some of the people from your past were able to see it and try to explain it to you. It's just you weren't open to the information yet. But I feel like this person's going to have a different way of going about it. And I feel like there's going to be more of a deeper explanation of things, is what I will say. You know, because you can't change what you don't acknowledge, right? And in order to change, you got to first accept that, you know, not that you're wrong, but okay, we'll just say naive. You didn't know, okay? We all, you know, were, you know, babies once. We didn't know jack when we came into this world. We had to learn it, right? We're still learning, baby. You know, it's like I always say, I'll be a forever student of life. Until I take my last breath, I'll still be learning. I don't know it all. I'm still learning and taking it all in. And, you know, and I know the rest of us are too, to some degree. And I just feel like there's something there that you're meant to be taught that maybe you weren't willing or didn't think was a big deal. But I feel like this person's going to come in and show you that it's a big deal. So, let me go grab, I want this deck and one other deck. People need to learn how to read the room. told me for Alejandro. So, I mean, she might scare you a little bit. She's fiery, Alejandro. And that's what I told you last time, too. She's fiery. She's fiery. One card for Alejandro, please. Thank you. Wow. Dang, Alejandro. Are you getting heaven, baby? Is she gonna bring you heaven, baby? Ooh la la. Alejandro, what I can tell you is, baby, when she comes into your life, yeah, I want a full report. Since I'm your tarot reader, I get all the juicy details, too. Divine lover. Ooh. Is she gonna rock your world? No, baby, I don't feel like this is a quick fling. I feel like this person's gonna be around for a little while. So, I don't think it's a quick fling. How long she's around for? Well, it's debatable, baby. She's coming. She's fiery. She's spicy, boy. Mm-mm. I mean, she's definitely Latina. I do know that. She's spicy. At least Spirit's showing me she looks Latina. But just think of someone who looks like me, baby. Dark hair, tan complexion. Okay, Spirit, which freaking deck? Ouch. No. I don't want to be part of this. Alejandro, if you have some kind of convention or anything like that coming up that you've been considering going to, some type of event, I suggest you go to it, baby. Because I feel like that's where you're going to meet her at. Okay, Spirit. This one. Yeah. I don't know. Please tell me. Some kind of events. So I suggest you get out of that hermit mode, baby. If you want love, you're gonna step out of your comfort zone. Maybe this, I don't know. I mean, you know, Alejandro, I really do need to come home for a visit. And you know, we're getting into the season of, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but I'm gonna assume you are because after all, you do live in California, in Los Angeles area at that. The Obone festivals that start taking place this month, and they go usually until like right past 4th of July, depending. I haven't been home in a long time for one of those. Oh, I have no doubt it's gonna be blazing. Obone, Obon. It's the Japanese festival, like you think of like the Mexican festival, whatever, I can't remember what y'all call it. That celebration of the dead. Japanese culture also has something similar, but it's called Obon. Um, if you've ever watched The Karate Kid, there's a part 2, and it shows them in Japan. And right there at the end, they have a big festival. It's called Obon, and it's a celebration of the dead. It's Japanese culture. I just saw a spirit orb, but it's also a Buddhist belief. Like when you think of like those lanterns, you know, you see those Oriental lanterns. That's kind of like what's used. And it's believed on certain days that if you light those candles, those lanterns, is to help your loved ones on the other side to find their way back. Because in Buddhist beliefs, there's just like a day or two every year where they're allowed to come visit, spend time with family. But you got to help them find their way. And there's like dancing that goes on, different food, music. I haven't been to one in years. So, since you live in that area, baby, I would think you would know about it. Of course, it'd be very popular in J-Town. You just gotta find where all the Buddhist temples are. That's where they'll be hosted at. And it's like at least when I went last, every temple had like their weekend where they hosted it. So it seemed like the celebration went on for almost 2 months because of it. Yeah, baby, go check it out. My culture's beautiful in that way. It's kind of funny because I actually saw a hair thing yesterday on the internet that had a fan. It had chopsticks. It had flowers in it, and it was like a clip or something. I almost got it, but it was just expensive. It's like, yeah, what am I gonna do with that? Wear it once and then put it back in the box. I'm not putting on no kimono right now. I'd have to buy a kimono for it. Nah, I'm not doing that right now. My spirit. But it was beautiful. Man, I get like a teacher energy, Alejandro. I don't know why, but I get a teacher energy. Somewhat a leader. I mean, she's a leader, but I get teacher. You're not taking any classes, are you? Or have any plans on taking any? Because I'm getting that kind of energy. You might be older. I mean, yeah, I mean, she could be older than you, but it's more than that. She's discipline, structure, commands authority, commands respect. That's the type of energy I'm picking up on. And those are usually your ones who are like teachers, business owners, managers, someone that, you know, handles a lot of responsibility. So, it's interesting. No classes. Well, I mean, are you planning on taking any for like a hobby? Even it doesn't have to be like educational for career, but like a class, just kind of, you know, like an art class, for an example. Anything like that? Because I feel like she teaches. I feel like she's some type of teacher. She's some type of teacher. She teaches something, or she did. Like an instructor or something. Interesting. Alright, Spirit, show me for Alejandro. I mean, the energy I'm picking up is beautiful, Alejandro. I feel like, see, they want you to step out of your comfort zone. Right here, Alejandro. And I feel like you're going to. And I feel like she's going to help with that too. But I mean, I don't feel like she's going to be aggressive, like pushy. But I feel like she's going to be able to get you out more. Because Spirit's showing me luck's on your side, baby. I got the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom of one of my cards. Or one of my decks. So, to me, this is looking good for you, baby. I know you want this. Whoa. Way to go, Amanda. Drop everything, why don't you? There you go. Like, I feel like y'all are gonna... Spirit just said you and her are gonna come into an alignment somehow. And I feel like it's both gonna be both of y'all, like, something having to do with both of y'all working on y'all spirituality at the same time. Something around that. Hell, baby, go to that festival. Go enjoy my culture. And bring me back a souvenir. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, enjoy the festival. It's a lot of fun. You might meet her there. It's just, it's around the time that I told you. You just have to do a Google search, baby. Look up a Bone Festival. O-B-O-N. B as in boy. It'll explain what it's all about. I miss it. That's one thing I do miss. That time of year. Let Spirit show me. You'll give me a katana? Okay, baby. Sounds good. I know you're kidding, baby. Yeah, just take it slow. See what happens, baby. Just like I told you. You can't, find love until you put yourself out there. Gotta put yourself out there first, baby. Some homemade Asian food. I'll take it. I haven't had it in a long time. Yeah, you've been wishing for this. You've been trying to manifest this. I even got wishing well at the bottom of this deck. Oh, that's funny. Golden Palace. Looking for the Golden Palace, baby. You're gonna take your princess to her Golden Palace. Oh, I do like that. And I do believe it's coming true. Okay. I don't want to read on love for you, baby. I want to wait till this person enters your life, then, you know, I'm going to do a general read on your on what's going on. Because the focus still needs to be you, Alejandro, focusing on yourself and your self-love, baby. So you can be ready and be more prepared for when this beautiful lady enters your life. So you're not taken by surprise, baby. Because I don't feel like you will be. I think you will, but you won't, if that makes any sense. I do like this, though. And if you're if you're having conflict with yourself, baby, let it go. Don't torment yourself. You know, something don't go the way you want it, okay. Acknowledge it and release it, but don't hang on to it. Because I feel like it's going to keep you from moving forward. If you keep, you know, spinning your wheels thinking about it. But I do like this. You have to make a choice. I want one more spirit. Yeah, you really gotta find some balance, baby. Dang. I got 3 major arcana down here. Like there's another energy here besides you and her. Spirit. Oh, Spirit just said you may have more than one option. No wonder. You might have more than one lady eyeing you, baby. Okay, Moonchild. Well, sweet dreams to you, honey. Good night, beautiful. Thank you for being here. And you're right, this has become like a family that I look forward to every night. I look forward to being here with y'all. So, sweet dreams, beautiful. I don't know, Alejandro. You playing with the ladies now, baby? I think there's more than one energy here, though. That's what Spirit just showed me. So that might be two, which goes with this Two of Wands. You're going to have to make a choice. Two energies. That's interesting. Hey now, baby, I ain't judging you. You do you, baby. I just want a full report. That's all I want. Hey, Alejandro, just don't forget, baby, you're supposed to feed me grapes, remember? I love it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you've been in your own energy. Like you said, hermit mode. I feel like that's where you've been a lot more, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that, baby. I'm proud of you for that. Hey, Alejandro, I'll make you one of my husbands. How about that, baby? Since we were talking about polygamy earlier with, crap. Corzo family. Is that their name? Eduardo. But anyways, baby. I'm messing with you. Okay, Jim John. You plan on having 7 wives? Is that right, Alejandro? Hey, baby, that's a lot of women to keep up with. Well, you plan on having one for every night of the week? Each from different continents. Listen to you now. Sounds like you and, Corzo family may have a lot to talk about. That's a lot, baby. Yeah, you're gonna be old and gray before you know it. Them 7 women gonna drop you up the wall, baby, and then some. Hello, Captain. I'll get me a few husbands myself. Why not? Hey, baby. It wouldn't just be drained, baby. You'd be taxed. You'd be almost in a graveyard. What are you talking about? And if you had kids by 7 women, oof. Oh, no. Oh, no. Mm-mm. That's like a couple classrooms or a couple football teams. Let's see. All right. But I see things coming together for you, baby. But this is a leader. This is like Emperor energy. It's funny, it's with the Emperor. Yeah. Baby, this seems to be mostly around your love, like your around your relationships. But I feel like Spirit still wants you to focus on yourself, though, in this too. So, hi, Lady Freedom. Oh no, I'm sorry, honey. I hope you feel better. Send you healing, love, and light. All right, Alejandro, you ready, baby? Oh, well, that's awesome, baby. So things started turning around and getting better. That's great to hear. That could be why she's coming now, because it sounds like you're getting more prepared for her. High prize. Hello, Billy. Dory. You wouldn't mind a lady friend to do things with? I hear you, baby. Well, I think she's coming. You know, I'll save these messages for after. I'll do the tarot first, baby. And then give you the spare messages and the oracles afterwards. So, I feel like you've been, working on your spiritual path. I feel like you have been trying to find new creative ideas to open that door to it a little bit more. And I also feel like you've also been working on yourself, trying to improve yourself. Not only to be, better, as you move forward as a light worker, which is what you are, baby, because you're a nurse, You don't have to do exactly what I do to be a light worker. You help people. You heal people. That's a light worker. But also, you still, you know, want someone to share your achievements and all of that with too. So, like right now, baby, I just pulled present energy and then I pulled, a couple things that's coming towards you in the future and then what you got working against you and the outcome of it all, possible outcome. So, this is where I know you've been working on yourself because I see the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups is all about offering a cup of love to someone. Because it's like this cup's overflowing. But this cup of love is actually what you've been given to yourself, which you had just mentioned, you know. And this is something that you were kind of like a little bit forced into, you were nudged into, is what I get, following this Ten of Wands energy because of carrying around too many burdens, obligations, and many that weren't yours. It wasn't your, obligations or burdens to carry, but you've done your best to carry what you can, and the rest of it you gotta drop. And now that you kind of have finally dropped those things and stopped worrying about it, it's allowed you to be in this Ace of Cups energy, to love yourself more, give more to yourself, to add value, to yourself, to your life, to add more meaning, to treasure just, not just the big things, but the little things too. That maybe, I think all of us are guilty of taking for granted, including me. I've done it. So, um, that could simply just be meaning like stepping outside, in your backyard and saying you can, listen to the birds start chirping in the morning. But maybe you haven't been able to do that in a while because of the weather getting nicer, more people are focused on keeping their yards done. So maybe just the birds hearing the lawnmowers going off, it scares them away, you see. It'd be something as simple as that. It doesn't have to be something major. The little things matter just as much as the big things. It's just being able to appreciate life in all its moments. in all the little things just as much as the big things. So here's one of the things that's coming towards you. This is Four of Pentacles, and I feel like a lot of this could be tied not so much to your career, baby, but maybe to your finances, where I feel like Spirit is challenging you to take a different approach concerning your finances, to where you're, able to save a little bit more instead of, spending what you've been spending. I feel like there's still certain, you can make a few more cuts than what you've already done to help to keep putting away for that rainy day. Because I also feel like it's something you'll need, in the future if you're looking to, like, be like an entrepreneur and, you know, doing what, something similar to what I do, but just being a light worker, if whether you're doing Reiki, yoga, whatever it is that you're wanting to go out and do with your nursing degree to add to it. You're gonna need, some money put aside to kind of get things started, but I see your passion, your desire for it. You really want it. This Four of Pentacles is saying it's time to kind of hold things back a little bit. It's time to still save a little bit more than what you've been saving. And here you are with that torch. You have passion. You have that direction now. You know exactly where you want to go and where you're heading. It's just a matter of now taking each step little by little to get it, things moving, and to get more excited about it as, more things start to fall into place. Like, I feel like there's still some things that have to fall into place. But there's this energy here, this Five of Wands. This Five of Wands is an energy of like being in conflict, being in competition with people. So I don't know if you've been over there comparing yourself to others and feeling like, oh, well, somebody else has more than you. And, so now you're, getting a little competitive, or it's vice versa. But there's this exchange of energy, a little bit of competition, that's good. If that's what drives you, if you're looking for that, extra income, the material side of it. But right here, this Five of Wands is telling me that there's someone in your energy, if it's not you, that is going through and could be causing conflict. It could be competition, maybe a little bit of jealousy or envy. I don't feel like it's anything big to worry about. It could even be you subconsciously at conflict and competing against yourself. And yeah, that may not make any sense to you, just thinking that out loud, but internally it will make sense. Brotherly competition. Okay, so you understand. Yeah, and I mean, I could see that too. Our siblings do try and, compete with us. I've had that. But this is you and this King of Wands energy. Okay? And as you're working on and focusing on your goals and what you're trying to accomplish, you know, here you are in this Emperor energy, and this is in the center of your reading. So this is you really stepping into sitting on this throne, taking charge, overseeing your life, giving instructions to people on what needs to be done, or how you see things, and you're not going to change your mind, which is creating more stability for you to have a stronger foundation where it's not necessarily that people are going to fight you about what it is you want or what you're trying to do. But, people may not necessarily agree with you either. But I don't feel like maybe people are gonna try and convince you of not doing something as maybe they would have before. Because I feel like they see that you're more level-headed and that you may even have your own mind made up. Okay, but you're heading, and taking charge of your life. You're laying out the framework, the structuring of it. You're adding that stability piece by piece to bring it all together. And I feel like that's when this beautiful Queen of Wands is going to come in. And I feel like she's going to catch you off guard. Remember I said there was like this power couple? Here it is. Queen of Wands, King of Wands. And it's right next to each other, baby. So, she's coming. And I feel like what's going to attract her to you is that confidence. That, being sure of yourself. These, having higher self-esteem. And being able to speak your mind at with ease. Without being afraid it's going to be taken the wrong way or taken out of context. That you are going to have a better way of able to relate to people and to be able to articulate what it is you want or what you see. And I feel like that's what's going to attract her. She's going to see those leadership character traits in you. And you're going to catch her eye. But baby, make sure you don't focus on just trying to like build up your material wealth. Because I feel like if you do, it could all collapse too. And I only say that because this is in your challenge and outcome. Here's the Ten of Pentacles. And upright, Ten of Pentacles is all about security, stability. Think of like grandma, grandpa kind of stability. Having that foundation, something to leave behind for your family, your children, and their children type of, energy. But it's also about that stability. I feel like some things might get rocked a little bit here, though. And I feel like it could even almost knock the air out of your cells if you're not careful, if you focus too much on this. Try and still make room for other things that's important, not just focusing on working and building up your wealth. Really, when you think of abundance, think of every aspect of your life as your abundance. Your mental, your emotional, your spiritual, your physical. And then, yes, your material / financial. It all comes into play to equal this Ten of Pentacles, which is happily ever after. Because Spirit showed me, this devil energy is going to be tempting. This devil energy is going to try and make you focus only on this. Instead of focusing on, like, trying to create this love. This power couple. And you see she's eyeing you, baby. You're looking ahead, okay? But she's over there eyeing you. Are you going to see her? Because there's a good chance you might miss her, baby. If you're not looking. So make sure you're looking around. And not just, looking ahead. Otherwise, that might be a missed opportunity. So, this devil energy, yeah, I guess it could be your brother, but I'm picking up even your parents for some reason. I still feel like there's so much focus around the material, financial, and I still feel like to some extent that's like a burden in the back of your mind. Baby, you can only do so much. Don't allow your parents, your brother, if you have other siblings, family, to dictate your life. You're more than old enough, baby. You're smart. You're intelligent. You're very bright. You got a lot going for yourself. You're a nurse. So you're educated, baby. Don't let them treat you like you aren't. You know, you speak well, you present yourself well, and, you know, I know you're a loving, caring person. You have to be to do the job you do. You know, that's not a job that most people can do. But make sure you don't get lost trying to get this. Because that's what this energy right here is going to try and make you stay focused on, is this. And that's only like the material, financial, instead of everything. But you want everything. It's not to say that this don't matter, baby. Because obviously this does matter, but it's not the only thing. There's other things that matter just as much. Sounds like your mother. Yeah. It's a shame, too. It's a shame because you see, look right here, you see there's a couple and the woman's holding a baby. So, yeah, unfortunately, could be your mama. It's a shame, baby. And I'm sorry. But I don't want you to focus on that. I want you to focus on the positive because you got a lot of good things coming in. Because things are going to start changing. Lady Justice is going to come in and balance the scales out for you. To hand you your abundance. What your rewards. What you've been more than worthy and deserving of all this time. But it's going to come, you know, at you pretty swiftly that you might miss it. Like here's this energy coming towards you. Okay. And that chariot might go past you so fast that you miss the opportunity and watch it just fly past you. So be on the lookout. You know, be confident. If you see someone that catches your eye, baby, don't hesitate to approach them and start a conversation. And during that conversation, learn as much as you can and decide, okay? Do you have the courage to now ask them for their number if you are interested in them? But you're going to have to make those decisions, baby. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Because Spirit's showing me, here's the Two of Wands. And it's all about making that choice. That big fork in the road. You got to decide now. Which way? Which choice? Otherwise, you're going to find yourself stuck upside down like this hangman. Where you're not able to see everything. It's like you're only able to see the ground if you're looking down, or if you lean up, then you could only see up there unless you turn your head, you know, and move around. So, and untie yourself from these ropes that you keep binding yourself with, or you allow your family or your mom to tie you with. I feel like the divine wants you to cut those ropes now. So you're not being, you know, hung up like this. And you're able to move forward, you know, and allow this energy to come towards you. You know, because it's even crazy. Even with, you know, justice here. It's almost like, here you are, okay? I'll just say, you know, this is you. And here's the other energy. They're pretty much almost looking at each other. You're definitely looking that way. So, maybe there's someone you're already trying to get their attention. They haven't noticed it yet. So maybe you got to do something a little bit different. Or just outright just approach them now. Instead of waiting for them just pick up on the little subtle hints. Actually talk to them and tell them how you feel. And you never know what can happen. Sorry. That's what some of the greatest magic can take place, baby. I feel like she just might give you a run for your money. And I understand that, Alejandro, keeping things to yourself, baby. Baby, you just gotta learn. The people you share with are the ones you know who are excited for you, who are happy for you, who want to see you succeed, who aren't just looking at you like you're an ATM to them. Because I still get that feeling that that's how some of your family looks at you. It's not what you are to them. And it's a shame they keep treating you that way, and I'm sorry. But you're going to have to stand strong, because here's the advice. Here's the 2 of Wands. Again, you're going to have to make a decision. And you're going to have to rely on your intuition right here, because there's the High Priestess. And yes, this might come with some heartache, baby. Having to cut certain people off. You know, the ones who aren't there for your best interest. But if you can learn to do that, baby, opportunity will be presented to you with this Ace of Wands. You got opportunity coming towards you right now. And that big opportunity, baby, is going to bring you the sun, which is joy, warmth, happiness, excitement, success. All those beautiful, strong, good vibes you can ever have and feel. This is the happiest card in the tarot deck. So here's your happily ever after right here with the Sun card. So Spirit wants to know. You got it right here. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. So, let me see now, baby. For your oracle cards. The first one I have for you, Alejandro, is called Death Reclaims Life. It says, sometimes we linger too long in situations that need to end. Perhaps you're holding out for a change that isn't meant to be. That person you love remains unavailable. That job just doesn't get better, and so on. You don't want to miss out on something you've dearly hoped for, so you hang on to the bitter end. What ending are you resisting? You may be struggling to leave with grace. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Needing the excuse of something or someone else being wrong. But what if it is just time to move on? Bless all the endings in your life and find the beauty in them. Look at the gifts in the whole journey and celebrate all you've learned, the time spent, the love given, the attention, the joys, and yes, even the turmoil. No experience is ever wasted. If you don't want to repeat the patterns of the past, bless the death of things and find closure for your heart. You will be so glad you did. So, baby, this is all about letting things in, letting things die away so you can start over. And it's okay. It's okay to let go. It's okay to free yourself. You shouldn't feel guilty for that. You shouldn't feel guilty for wanting to move forward and want to charge ahead because you see your future in a different light than maybe what others around you see their future in. You know that saying, baby, misery loves company. And I feel like there are some in your circle who want to see you miserable, and that's just crappy. I don't understand people with that type of energy. You're supposed to love each other and uplift people, cheer each other on, especially if they're supposed to be your family and your friends. So I'll never get that, but, you know, that is what it is. Just be mindful, baby. If someone comes in there and just has a crappy attitude, like, oh, you think you can be something, just whatever that is, and it may not even be outright in your face. Like, I feel like there's someone in your circle who's very settled about it. It's one of those things that makes you think. It's like, did they really just say that? Did I just really understand it the way I think I heard it, kind of thing? Like, it could truly have more than one meaning and be meant more than one way. That's how they'll try and confuse you, baby, and leave you questioning yourself. Stop questioning yourself. If they want to doubt you, baby, let them doubt you all by themselves. You keep moving forward. You keep believing in you. If you can't believe in you, Alejandro, who's going to believe in you, baby? Believe in yourself. I know you got it. Okay. The next one is high syncope. Let me put this up. I didn't realize I ran out of freaking room over here. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Alright. Alright, Alejandro. The next one is from my animal elders. This is the elder caribou. Heal and regenerate. Okay. It says your body has an incredible ability to heal. It carries a life force that pulses through your system, calling it back to balance and harmony. The challenge is how to listen to these cues and symptoms that arise. This elder moves into your cards today to share their regenerative medicine with you. Every year, the caribou sheds their antlers, trusting in the knowledge that they will grow back the next year. They rely on their extremely powerful legs, migrating to faraway lands with endurance. The elder caribou carries a robust life force that pushes forward with perfect strength and offers you deep healing for your physical body. It calls you into deeper listening around the cues and symptoms that you are being offered, reminding you that your wise body always knows. Where is there weakness or pain, or are there other signs that your body requires tender care? There is a legend that speaks about the magic of the caribou and their majestic ability to walk on water. You are asked to bring some of this magic into the sacred waters of your body, as elder caribou dances and travels through your blood, lymph, and the spaces in between. With this elder's assistance, you are offered regeneration, increased vitality, and a strengthening of your constitution. You can trust that your body is healing as we speak. All is well. Know that your body's going through its healing. But baby, I don't feel like this is just physical. This is your mental and emotional and spiritual. So, you're building yourself back up after, people have, left you hanging, left you out in the cold, have even, crossed the line of disrespecting you or your boundaries, and you being there to help take care of them and offer them the help you can, and it's never enough. Hey, the heck with them, baby. You focus on you then. If others around you can't see and appreciate that, that's their problem. Excuse me. Okay. Hi, Latoya. Which one, Spirit? right. You ready for this one, Alejandro? Here's heaven. I know you've been waiting for this one. And this is a beautiful card. You are meant to live heaven. Now, not later. Sometime after you die. What use is this life and body if not to live heaven now? This is a message of the enlightener. Is calling you to more, to more, to more. More divinity, more love, more acceptance, more embrace of life itself. There is no limit in what is being offered to you from the divine lover, calling to you. The beloved, rejoice and know that the dance of love between you and the divine is a removing of veils, of illusion, one at a time. Until you behold each other, naked and true, finally to discover you are each other. You are love. The sky ablaze with morning light on silver wings of birds in flight. In gratitude, a tear released, a knowingness embraced at peace. She speaks to those that gaze below, ancestral wings which call my soul, to open hearts and soar above, and all the winds await this love. You are love. And you are being divinely guided with divine love within you that you possess in your soul. And you know, Alejandro, I feel like because of what you do, baby, again, I feel like you're going to attract, you know, yes, this Queen of Wands, you will attract her, you know, because you're going to be in this Emperor energy, but you're going to attract many others towards you too. I feel like Spirit keeps trying to mold you more to take this energy on, to show people, even in our world of chaos, where there's, you know, always something bad seems to be happening. Like if you turn on the news, of course, I don't watch the news, but, you know, back when I would watch the news, there was always something negative on there, and I had to turn it off. You know, you're one of those people that's to remind the world there's still love and light and beauty in this world. That all that darkness that may surround us most of the time, it doesn't have to linger. We don't have to allow it or welcome it into our being, into our soul, our spirit, into our lives. That we can choose a different way. And I feel like, you know, when you meet this person, this Queen of Wands energy, I really feel like she's going to be the equal of the other half of you. And maybe that's why I'm getting that twin flame, because it's like I'm getting the union of two people coming together. Almost like Adam and Eve kind of thing. I don't know why Spirit put that in my head, but they did. So it's the union of y'all two coming back together. I'm not saying you're Adam and Eve, but just think of it in that way. And I feel like there's a lot more y'all are meant to do together. And you want to open, you know, your own business that, you know, is in the health field, but I know it's also part of your spirituality. I think, you know, you need to be all in for it, and I feel like she will be in there with you. And I feel like she's going to bring a skill of her own to it to help you, to assist you. Think of it this way, baby. You're a nurse. We'll just say maybe she's like a massage therapist. Think of it in that context. There's something different that she has to offer that goes into almost the same thing you do, which is the health/medical side, but I don't feel like it's the exact same thing. But I feel like she's going to bring an extra antidote to it too with her. Her whole experience with spirituality, you know, from the time she was young up until now, kind of like you and the rest of us who are here. And it's going to add more beauty, I feel. Oh, I can't wait for you to lose your account. You trolls should know better than coming here and mess with me. And you know, you wish I did. I can't wait for you to lose your account too. You've been reported. Stop coming here and acting a fool. See you bye. Amanda don't play. Hello, Ahmad. No. Where is that spirit? Here's the other one. Alejandro. The Golden Palace. Excuse me. And it says, there is always enough. This Golden Palace represents good fortune, ambitions fulfilled, wealth, and prosperity. It may also indicate emotional fulfillment, as perhaps you're entering a time of happiness that's long overdue. The message here is that self-worth isn't measured by what you have, no matter how abundant your life is. Instead, it comes from what you are, how authentically you're living your life, and how much love you're willing to share. Granted, receiving this card doesn't indicate material gain and a furthering of tangible rewards, but things come and go, and knowing your true value leads to even greater riches now. So share the wealth. So I feel like you have more blessings coming, and I feel like you're going to have more than enough. I mean, is it saying you're going to be, you know, filthy rich? No. But I feel like you're going to be comfortable. I feel like, you know, things will get better. I feel like if you stick to a plan and have a goal in mind, because I know you want to be out of, you know, underneath, you know, your mom's roof, I feel like you'll be able to do that. I feel like if you really want it that badly, Alejandro, you can make that happen, baby. If you stay focused and don't get, you know, distracted. You know, it's like, yeah, you're still supposed to, you know, be focused on this without allowing this energy to what's the word? Persuade you to not do something else that also brings you happiness. And so you can enjoy your life, like your friends, your hobbies, interests, and this special lady that is gonna be your equal, like it's a power couple. I still get. So I feel like she's gonna be the other balance of you. I feel like, you know, where you might be strong might be her weakness, and where you're weak might be her strength. It's gonna be an even balance. And I feel like if you stay committed, if this person wants to make this relationship work when she does arrive, I feel like you'll obviously give everything you got to it too. And I do feel like it has a great chance of working for the long haul, not just the short term, not just a fling, baby. I feel like there will be long haul possibility of this. And I feel like y'all will be able to build something very solid. Solid that's going to bring you that kind of wealth and prosperity and abundance that's going to bring you the happiness you're wanting and looking for. But it also means, baby, you got to get out of your comfort zone. Step out of your comfort zone. I know sometimes that's hard to do, but you still got to do it, baby. Because spirit needs you to balance your spirituality with practicality. So learn to balance the two. Be the yin and yang. And the next one is your hard work is paying off. So know your hard work is starting to pay off. Because finally you have luck on your side. And luck is on your side. And I even have the Magician at the bottom of one of my decks for you. So you've really been thinking this through and really focusing on manifesting this. And that's great. That's what I want to see you do. And so the last few messages, baby, I have for you. And then your angel card. First one is life can be hard and life can be wonderful. Which will you focus on? Life can be hard and life can be wonderful. Which will you focus on? Focus on the wonderful. I'm not saying don't worry about things that stress you out, that make things difficult, but find more reasons to focus on the good. And the next one is take responsibility for your choices. This is your life to live. Own it. Take responsibility. This is your life to live. And the last one is give yourself some credit for doing a good job at this whole living thing. Give yourself some credit, baby. Pat yourself on the back. You know, you haven't given up. You're still here, despite all the obstacles and challenges. People have knocked you down and so forth. Things have gotten in your way. You still persevered through it, and you're here today. So know you are doing a great job. And Spirit wants to acknowledge that. And then the angel card I pulled for you is Shamuel. It says, let love in. You are beloved. You are cherished more than you'll ever know. It's time to begin seeing yourself through the eyes of God. Choose to move beyond self-criticism and judgment. Be open to seeing yourself in a more loving way. When you are willing to see yourself lovingly, you open the doors of your heart and all forms of love enter it. So let love in, Alejandro. And a positive affirmation here is, I am willing to see the love I have within. I am willing to see the love I have within. So see the love within yourself, baby, and share it. Express it. Enjoy it. And baby, you want to keep things close to your chest and not share it with your loved ones right now? Especially people you can't trust or feel like you can't trust? Nothing wrong with that, baby. I would do the same thing. If you ever feel like that day were to come that you can let them in on it, hey, that's fine too. Until then, they don't need to know. And, you know, they'll be like everyone else around you. They'll find out when it happens, right? So allow things to unfold, and they can find out just like everyone else. And that's what I have for you, Alejandro. So, baby, I hope this reading's helped you. I hope it's resonated. I hope it's provided you with the answers you were seeking to any questions you've had, concerns. I also hope it's helped to uplift you and to remind you you're not alone and you're doing a great job, baby. You're making progress. So I encourage you to keep going down the same road. It may not happen overnight, baby, you know, but what does? It might still take time, but I still feel like this energy I picked up on before, she's not that far away from you. I'm so happy you're excited too, baby. And you're so welcome. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the future unfolds for you, baby. I'll be over here cheering you on. Just know that, Alejandro. What, someone said something? I mean, God only knows what those disgusting people have to say. I just report them, Gina. They'll eventually lose their accounts. But thank you for trusting me to read for you again, Alejandro. It's always a great honor and pleasure, baby. I'm sorry. I keep yawning. Dang. I've been up for 23 hours. I just realized that. No wonder I'm yawning. You sure, Gina? I just saw it. Oh. Okay, honey. Gina, if you can try and get here at 7 p.m. your time, which is Pacific Standard Time. That's 10 o'clock my time. That's when the stream starts. You can get me from out the gate. If you show up then, beautiful, I can get you in right then after I do the general collective. Oh. Oh my goodness. Gina, you don't ever get notifications from me? That's odd. I mean, that might be YouTube too. Are you sure that you have the bell selected to all? I know others have said that before, but it's just weird. YouTube screws things up, so I can say. Starting to get on my bloody nerves. Doesn't make any sense. Well, beautiful, I know you're not the only one. I've heard others say the same thing, and I think it's just YouTube. It's their doggone glitch, because I've had others tell me the same thing. That's why they come on here themselves, because they remember what time I'm here to check, to make sure I'm still planning on streaming that night. Which everybody knows I normally do. Excuse me, sorry. Okay. Ouch. Hello, Gabriel. Hello, Levi. No, Debs. I know, honey. It's been a long day for me too, sweetheart. Ouch. I appreciate you being here. Crap. This stupid doggone floor. Oh, it's so freaking annoying. Okay. And that's weird, Gina. Have you been liking my stream, though? Oh, you want to see Toby? Yeah, I can see if he's out there. Syncope, I've been hanging in there, baby. How you doing? Let me go find Toby real quick. Put this on, too. In case he wants to scratch me so I don't tear up my top. Let's see. Oh. Where's Toby? Oh, you already put him out? Just put him out there like 5 minutes ago. Alright. Gina, I'll have to try and show him to you tomorrow, honey, because he's already in the garage. And once he goes in that garage, he likes staying in there. Don't ask me, that cat's weird. I'll never understand why he still prefers to sleep in that garage at night. But Gina, I do have a couple pictures on my channel. If you look under the community tab post, there's a couple pictures of Toby there that I've posted. Ouch. Yeah, apparently he just put them out there like 5 minutes ago is what he told me. And that cat has his own alarm clock, so it's like he knows what time he normally goes out there. Oh. You'll be lurk listening. Oh well. My beautiful lady. Heck no, Gina. Nope, I went by myself. I didn't want him to go. I wanted my alone time. So. Report. Let's see. Spam. Next one will be harassment. Oh, Gina. I didn't ask for him to go. And he didn't ask to go. Because he surely wouldn't have been able to bowl. He, he walks hunched over. So it's like, when he walks, you know, if I stand up straight, I kid you not, he's like this. And that's how he walks. Alright, so his back, he won't do anything like that. Yes, Gina, I did. It was rough at first. I rolled, and I laughed at myself at first. I got barely a 124 the first game. Second game, I got better. I hit it about a 193, I think. And then the last game, I rolled a 213. So, it was rough. You know, I could tell. I've had surgery on my shoulder. I did have the radiating pain of the nerve going down my arm. And I felt it in my elbow, and I felt it come down and go into my wrist. But I managed. So I'm going to try and go back again this Sunday and see what happens. And see if I feel and get some of the same pain or not, because that's really going to tell me, am I able to bowl right now? And I just saw another big spirit organ and went that way. Or am I going to need another surgery? And I'm almost worried I'm going to need another surgery to get my arm right so I could pick up a heavy bowling ball and throw it like I used to again. Ouch. Good morning, Resort. Gino, is what bad? Syncope? Yes, baby, it was bowling. So, and I was sore for a few days. I knew I would be. It always happens to me. First couple times I go until my body readjusts to all those muscles that I hadn't used in a long time that I forgot I have get, woken up again. Oh, my score, the 124 sucks for me. The 193 and the 213. Yeah, those scores are better, but the first game sucked. That was terrible. Not for someone who comes from a family of, pretty much pro bowlers, semi-pros. And knowing that I've been able to roll 200s pretty consistently. And that's more than a couple of strikes, baby. I had a turkey in there. I actually had 4 strikes. But it hurt to do it. Well, hey, Buttercup. How you doing, beautiful soul? Thank you, honey. Top score is 300. That's a perfect game. That's getting strikes all the way through, from the first all the way to the 10th inning. Or the 10th frame, I should say. 10th inning. It's not baseball, man. That's bowling. Hey, Senko. Ain't nothing wrong with that, baby. At least you trying, I can't knock anybody for trying. And some people, it's, you gotta understand me, baby. I've been bowling since, if my parents were alive right now, they would tell you. I've been bowling since I was in diapers. And that's no lie. They had me and my siblings out on those bowling lanes when we were toddlers. If you've ever been to the bowling alley, you watch little kids bowl, they normally will have bumpers. That's what me and my siblings started out bowling on. And we had the bumpers to make sure the ball didn't go in the gutter. Until we actually learned how to roll a ball. So, it helped to have 2 parents who bowled regularly. To teach us. Until, when we were kids, like, we lived at the bowling alley. 4 or 5 days a week. It was pretty much a guarantee we were at the bowling alley. Because me and my siblings, we bowled in 2 youth leagues every week. That was every Wednesday after school and every Saturday morning. And then my real dad bowled on Tuesday nights. My mama and daddy, as in my stepdad, bowled on Mondays and Wednesdays. I lived at the bowling alley. So, when me and my siblings were there, and because my mama worked for the bowling alley, hey, if there was any lanes open, free bowling for us. And we got to go and use those lanes until we wore ourselves flat out. It didn't matter how many games it took. We got to bowl for free. So, we got the benefit of all that. Oh, Syncope. That's funny, honey. You know. Some people will, may not feel comfortable. Maybe to give him a chance. Because maybe when he, bowled against you, baby. Come on now. 70, 80. So what did he bowl with them bumpers? Maybe a 40, a 50? Because it's like, it's hard to get, if you need those bumpers, then you can't control that bowling ball going down the lane. And more than likely, he probably threw it towards the gutter, and it hits the bumper, and then it comes back in, and then slices right through. And either hits the head pin, or it might hit the pocket. And sometimes it might be on the pocket, and other times it may not. But that second ball, same thing. If there's only a couple pins up there, he don't know how to, throw that ball to make sure he can pick up a spare. He still relied on those bumpers, baby. He was cheating. Oh, you just mad because he beat you using those bumpers, right? Hey, Senko, I'll bowl you, baby. I don't need no bumpers. I know how to bowl, baby. Yeah, that's crazy how they have that today. You know, back when me and my siblings started bowling, we didn't have the metal bumpers. You want to know what we had to use for bumpers? You ever see those blow-up mattresses that people can buy at the store now? It's like a little air blower that, blows up an air mattress that you can use at your house for like a guest or go camping with. Think of our bumpers being something like that. They're just these long blue tubes, like bright blue. And they got filled up with air, and they went into each side of the gutter. And it'd be funny sometimes because one of the bowling balls would end up on the actual bumper. Like as if there was air already being let out of it. It would be so funny. So yeah, kids got it made today. Because back then, no, we didn't have the electronic where the bumpers come up when it's the person's turn. And it goes back down when the person who don't want the bumpers is up. Yeah, we didn't have all that. Yeah, it's like a cylinder. God, that brings back some memories. They were pretty much like a sky blue color. So yeah. That's what me and my siblings started bowling on though. Was those type of bumpers. Of course, we were using a ladder weight ball too, because I think those bumpers had like a weight limit, or they were supposed to. Um, so I guess it's good that they use the metal bumpers today, depending on what weight ball people use. Some of the adults want to use them just so they don't feel so embarrassed or like they're gonna get their butt kicked. But yeah. Yeah, I've seen those too, Syncope. You leaving, Bob? Okay, baby. You have a good night, baby. Sweet dreams. I'm fixing to go too. I think I know what you're talking about, Syncope. Because it's like you would be able to walk up to the lane, and it would be like there was like a lock where with like the metal bumpers were like almost like a hook, Like you would take it off the hook and then it would just drop down into the floor. Is that what you're talking about? I do remember those too. I never bowled on those. Those came out after I was old enough and learned how to bowl, but I watched other people use them. And then when it was the next person's turn, you know, if you were putting them down, because like say maybe, your mom or dad didn't want to use the bumpers, you could, put them down and then pull them back up when it's the next person's turn who's bowling and using those bumpers. But yeah, I've seen that. It's amazing how far technology has come. Because I remember even back then when I was a kid, they had those big, huge box computer monitors where you would sit and you'd have to type in the name, for each and put it in, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I used to know the bowling lingo by heart at a young age. I could call the front desk and tell them, what was wrong with the lane, what needed to happen. It was always funny. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, syncope. But that's cool. Yeah. The bowling alley I grew up in, it's still around. It was there way before I was born, in fact. If I'm not mistaken, my parents met there, and it still exists today. So, I know the bowling alley has changed ownership since I lived there. Many years since, I've been gone, but it's still the same bowling alley. Has 32 lanes. Still has the coffee shop and the bar and the arcade and oh, and those crane games. Oh, me and my brother became good at those too. Talk about having a room full of stuffed animals. I had layers, stack upon layers of shelves. With all the stupid stuffed animals, me and my brother won out of those crane games. How to play it at least once. And 9 times out of 10, we got lucky. We would get one out of there every time we played it. Oh, that was some good old times. Yeah, syncope I do. I got my bowling bag right here. I'll show you. Oh, I had to bring it in here because I had to look at something. I brought it back to the house. This is what I bowl with. It's a rhino. And yes, it's purple, my favorite color. Everybody wants to buy this ball from me now because you can't get them anymore. It's about 11-pound ball. Yep, it matches my nails, you're right. Oh. And I have my own shoes. I use bowling tape. I even have a brush for my bowling shoes for when crap gets stuck to the bottom of it from just lint, dirt, that kind of thing. Even the rare occasion I end up stepping in something sticky that someone accidentally spilled a drink and nobody came behind them and cleaned it up. Because the last thing I want to do is stick to the floor once I get on that approach. But yeah, I have it all. Really? Yeah, I mean, it took time for me and my brothers to get good at those crane games. But like I said, baby, we lived at the bowling alley. Our life was around that bowling alley. And like I said, that's how we became so good because we were always there 4 or 5 days a week. I kid you not. We were at that bowling alley on average. And we got free tokens to play the arcade games. We got to bowl as many games as we wanted to until we wore ourselves out. Um, the only thing we didn't get was the quarters to play the crane games. And either my parents gave us the money for that, or one of my parents' friends would go through and give us some money to play. I got all the free cherry cokes I could ask for out of the bar. If I wanted food, you know, whether it was my mama, my dad, or one of the other adults that was good friends with my parents. If I wanted some cheese fries, yeah, I got spoiled. I ain't gonna lie. I was spoiled there. Everybody knew who I was, whose child I was. So, there's a lot of great memories there, though. And one of my favorite memories with my mom was at that bowling alley. So, I'll never forget it. In fact, there was a few years my mama threw me and my siblings a bowling birthday party. So, I'm sure my mama got a discount for it, too. Yeah, people spilling soda. I can't stand that. It drives me nuts. It's rare that it happens, but when it happens, oh, I get pissed. Especially if I don't have my cover on my shoe. Oh, mm-mm. Oh, that's cool. Y'all were munching on wings, huh? Finger licking good. I mean, baby, that's why you eat first. Then you bowl. You know, it's funny. Is when I bowled league, I wouldn't eat all day. Then I head to the bowling alley because I would bowl with my brother and we bowl league or we bowl tournaments together. And, you know, bowling leagues or tournaments, you get like, what is it? We'll say 10 minutes of free practice. So we get up there and practice. And by the third time I'm up to throw a bowling ball, my stomach starts growling at me. I'm like, oh, crap. I feel like I got a hole in my stomach. And I'm hungry. It's not just a, gradual hunger. It just hits me. And I'm like, oh, I had no plans on freaking eating here again, but here I am. So, have to get some French fries, and I don't remember what other junk I got. I know I always got fries, though. But I got you, baby. I understand. And I like the, at the one bowling alley I bowl at, oh, what do they call that? Crap. I can't think of the name of it now. It's been so many years. Oh, Chipotle sauce. Yeah, give me some of the seasoned fries with some Chipotle sauce. Yeah, I like that. Ouch. Exevian flux. My readings are $30 US. Here I am. Well, hello, Wilfred. How you doing, sweetheart? Ouch. So I'm gonna try to go bowling Sunday. Wilfred, guess what? You just been reported. Don't come here acting like a freaking pervert. I suggest you go have a little chat with your mama. Because if you think for a second that you think I'm gonna tolerate that, you got nothing coming. I just reported you. See you, bye. And don't come back. I hope you lose that account too. Don't come in here acting a fool. You would never be that lucky to even get that close to me. Oh, when I ain't that desperate, allow you that close to me. And understand me, you ain't got enough money in this world to get me to do such a disgusting thing that you could ask up and suggest to a stranger. You disgusting pig. Oh, darn, you can't talk to me. That's right. Yeah, I bounced you out of here. Dummy. Understand me, you messed with the wrong woman. I don't put up with that nonsense. Oh. Alright, it's 4:30, y'all. Pretty much been up about 24 hours now. Oh. Ouch. So, my beautiful people, I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna shut it down for the night. But I'll be back tonight around 10 p.m. Eastern. So, I hope y'all beautiful people have a wonderful day. Thank you, Simcoe. You too, baby. Y'all have sweet dreams. Have a beautiful, blessed day. I hope to see y'all back here tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern. Good night, y'all.